Sports Resort here in the beautiful Kingdom of Thailand, and we're at the World Schools Festival. So as I say, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are from around the world. First up, we've got a game between RTA, which is Rugby Travel Academy from Pretorius in South Africa, and Odyssey, an invitational team with players from Fiji, New Zealand, the UK, Thailand and Malaysia. So we've got a fantastic day here in Thailand, in Patana. It's about 30 degrees here on the ground. The wind is fairly strong, blowing from left to right as we're going to be looking at the ground. So the World Schools Festival has been run in 2018 and 2019 and then broke for COVID, and it's brought together some of the best young men and the iconic schools of rugby around the world. Later on in the day we will be seeing teams like Grey College from South Africa, Hamilton Boys from New Zealand, Millfield and Sedbergh and Trinity from the UK, St Michael's from Ireland. So a fantastic day of rugby in prospect. So looking at the teams here, the Odyssey team, we've got a couple of young lads from Malaysia, Shafula and Ikmail Shazin, and a bunch of guys from Fiji. Also number 25, Will Holmes, is a player at Sale Academy. Michael Broderick is at the Bath Academy, and Joe Guttridge at Ealing. And this is a fantastic opportunity for these boys from Odyssey to make a mark on the World Rugby stage. Their head coach is Mark Mapletoft, and he's ably assisted by Vessel Duplessis, who's the Bulls under-20s coach. So the boys now running out onto the field there. Odyssey in their blue shirts, as we can see. We've got a decent crowd in here, and there we have Rugby Travel Academy from Pretorius taking the field. It's a academy team that is set up running tours inward and outward from South Africa. Academy also of full-time school leavers, trying to enable and help them become pro rugby players. They've already over the years placed players at Agen, Vannes, Aurillac in France, Benfica in Portugal, and a number of guys going into US universities. They're all under 17s. Some players to look out for: David van der Merwe is an ex-Grey College, good goal kicker, playing at fullback. Tehondre Reineke is the captain, and he's so far scored tries in all of the games. And we now have a haka going on the field by the Odyssey boys, led by Nico Timo, Mata Iwai and Aidan Craggs from New Zealand. So let's focus ourselves on this now. And a fantastic sight there to see the boys. The Odyssey team only came together on Monday under the stewardship of Mark Mapletoft, who is the England under-18 attacks coach and backs coach, and Vessel Duplessis. So this is now their third game of the tournament, and they're really starting to come together. So our referee for this game, Adib Afani from Malaysia. A young referee from KL, lots of sevens experience, but has also refereed under 16s and under 20s finals in Malaysia. And his touchies are Christo Erasmus and Rainer van Tonda. So here we go, getting the game underway. The ball fielded there by Joe Guttridge. It's big number 8, though he's wearing the number 14 jersey. And Will Holmes digs that ball out. So Odyssey just inside their own 22, and a good chip forward and a good break out there. And the big fella is ranging down there. Great hands early on in this game. And Odyssey showing this great flair. Holmes digs that ball out. Referee playing advantage. Oh, and a great bit of heads-up rugby there from Natha Gialevu, and an early score there. Scored by the Malaysian under-18, Shafai Fula. So a fantastic start there for Odyssey. They've had some tough games so far. So some great heads-up play there from Natha Geluva. Let it open up in front of him. Got through the first tackle, fend, and a good offload there to Shafai Lula. So looking to convert his own try from wide out here. He's kicking into the teeth of a fairly stiff breeze here. And it's a good nudge, but floats away on the wind. So 5-0 to Odyssey. So we're very much back to almost Groundhog Day. 2 minutes into this game, and they tried a short kickoff, which didn't go the 10. So referee Afeni brings them back for a scrum on halfway. Good to see some of the big boys getting involved here. The front row for RTA: Damien McLean, Stefan van den Heever, Chris van Vuren. We all know scrummaging is very much in the DNA of South Africans. So Will Holmes feeds the ball picked up by Joe Guttridge. Really takes some metres out post contact there. Holmes digs that ball out. So Odyssey really having a good part of this early few minutes of this game, and another good carry into contact there. Holmes goes one way, then takes it out to the right. Another good offload in the contact there. Some really good driving there by the Odyssey team. Holmes digs that ball out, getting it to Natha Geluvu, chips the ball forward, really puts the pressure on. It'll be interesting to see a scrum 5 there for Odyssey. So they really are turning the screw here. Barely 4 minutes on the clock, and RTA yet to really get their hands on the ball and get any part of this game. So we have a scrum 5 metres out, absolutely middle of the field. Be interesting to see what Holmes and Guttridge do off the base of this scrummage. Natha Geluvu standing directly behind the scrummage. Obviously going to make a late run, so the ball is at Guttridge's feet. But Holmes, and a knock on there by Tanivalu, who was acting as the first receiver there. So this is going to give RTA their first opportunity of getting their hands on the ball. So McLean, van den Heever, Van Vuren up against Mata Iwai, Aidan Craggs and Matangi Makomba in the front row for Odyssey. It'll be Chad Holmes with the feed. Referee Afeni wanting to set a platform early here, make sure that these two front rows stable. As I said, the RTA team entirely made up of under 17 boys. Great opportunity for them to showcase their talents. It's a good drive by RTA and making good use of the wind, floating the ball out. So taking play to just outside the RTA 22. The first line out of the day, you can actually see the AR's flag blowing fairly strongly. So the wind is blowing from that far touchline at an angle onto this near side touchline as we look at the field here. So Aidan Craggs with the first throw. And a great take there from Mike Tesseri. Digging the ball out there, Matangi Makomba, and Holmes recycles himself. Odyssey showing some real intent in these first few minutes, but it's a turnover and a great ball out on that far wing, but a knock on. So the referee playing advantage, but it looks like he's coming back for some decision. Looks like he's got some help there from his touch judge there, Rainer von Tonda, coming in. And Tehondri Reineke there. So it's a penalty kick to RTA, so a chance for them to take advantage. Duan Detoy kicking down that far touchline, not able to carve too much distance off. As I say, the wind is blowing from left to right, but it's coming off that far touchline there. So we now get an opportunity for RTA hooker Van den Heever. So an opportunity for RTA to have the ball. It's a good take there by Pedri van Heerden. Driving forward RTA. Odyssey trying to disrupt, but a really good drive there from RTA. Now just outside the 22. Good ball there. Playing out the back in the midfield there. Chad Hofmeyer really under pressure there, and a really good counter ruck there from Odyssey. Really showing some intent early on in this game. Tehondri Reineke getting involved and trying to impose himself on this game and disrupt this fantastic start in the first 10 minutes that Odyssey have had. So Will Holmes directing traffic, and they are running the ball. Good carry there, taking them up to halfway. Looks like a really good hinge has been created between Holmes and Nathagiluvu, the halfbacks for Odyssey. Another good offloading contact there. And referee Afeni playing advantage there. So all of these games here at the World Schools Festival, 30 minutes each way, and there'll be a 2-minute water break somewhere in the middle of each half. So a good kick there, directly into the teeth of the wind, taking them to about 6 or 7 metres outside the RTA 22. So there was taking the line out last time. So Craggs, short one to the front, but it's well intercepted there by RTA. Hoffmeyer moves the ball, one-off runner, drives it up. Looked like Winan Stoltz. Some fairly hot defence there from Odyssey, and it looks like the referee's already playing an advantage. And they've poked that ball deep, and it looks like it's going to roll out on the full, but I think we'll be coming back for the penalty. Odyssey caught offside there. They've been really bringing some line speed each time RTA have had the ball, but that time just a little bit too eager. I think the referee signalling that that was, he says, number 6, so Mike Tessari transgressed there. So an opportunity for Duan Datoy to carve off some metres. It's a pretty good kick, to say, kicking into a stiff breeze that's coming off that touchline. So just coming up to around about 11:30 in the morning in Thailand here. A good line out there off the top to Meyerhofer, and a fantastic tackle there, stopped him dead. Dutoy, and a good ball there. Good step out of the tackle. Some more good work on the jackal there. Joe Gutteridge, who got himself over that ball, spent some time in the Ealing Academy in the UK. Mathagiluvu takes play with that penalty to just about the 10-metre line inside the RTA half. And it looks like we are going to call for the first water break. So that'll be a good opportunity for RTA coach Len Olivier to maybe reset the boys. It's been pretty much one-way traffic for Odyssey, but it's still only 5 points to 0. So very much all to play for in this Open Cup final. We can see there in the huddle the guys taking on water. If you're overseas, what you can't see is it's probably about 30 degrees here in the direct sunlight, pretty warm day. And there we have Mark Mapletoft and Vessel Duplessis, just again resetting what they want from these Odyssey boys. As I said, they only came together on Monday, so it's been a fantastic effort for them to pull this together. Players ranging from Fiji, New Zealand, the UK, and a couple of guys from Thailand, and also some Malaysian under-18s. It's a fantastic opportunity for these boys to showcase their talents across the world. The referees also having a reset. We had a fantastic event here last night at Muay Thai Boxing, where all of the teams enjoyed a buffet dinner around the Muay Thai ring for 2 or 3 hours, gave them an opportunity to bond and get to know each other, which is obviously everything that we want about the fantastic game of rugby union, especially at a schoolboy level. So we're coming back for a line-out Odyssey feed. They lead this game 5 points to 0, courtesy of a try by Shafula, Malaysian under-18 international, scored within the first 2 minutes of the game. Hayden Craggs with this throw. And well taken at the front of the line out there by RTA. Daniel Menches getting up in front. So RTA making some headway in the middle of the field. So Chad Hoffmeyer. Odyssey showing some real intent to run with the ball. Another great offload, or a great attempted offload. Referee Afani. So good offload, but adjudging that it was forward there. Great take at the tail of the line out. Cannot stress how hard it is to get this ball moving. And RTA slipped forward there. Hoffmeyer digs the ball out. Dutoy. Some real heat in the midfield there from Odyssey. And a good nudge forward there. Sends Odyssey back into their own 22. And Vedre Aki, great mazy run, but eventually loses the ball. And RTA now have possession just inside the Odyssey half. Hoffmeyer to Dutoy. So great little show and go there at the base. And trying to get out to this right-hand edge, but it looks like, or it looked like a good steal on the ground there, but referee Afni judges that he's come off his feet there, and trying to take that ball. So fantastic kick there. Taking play down to about 7 or 8 metres out. So an opportunity here for Stefan van den Heever. So far, RTA have probably had the better of the lineouts. Front of the lineout for RTA, Francois Moret. And they take it nice and simple to number 2 there. And they're driving forward here. And an equalising score there by number 7, Jaden De Jesus. So a fantastic strike back there, pretty simple. Drive to 2. Initial good drive by Vinan Stoltz. The ball slipped out there to De Jesus, who dives over, beating the despairing defence. So 5-all. Some fairly vociferous support here in the stand for the RTA team. So David van der Merwe, ex-Grey College student, he's lining up this kick on just about the 5 metre line. Being a left foot kicker, it's the better side, but in this wind, every place kick is going to be a pretty difficult prospect. But it's an absolute great nudge that he brings in on the wind there to take a 7-5 lead with about 20 minutes. So this is a fantastic showing for RTA. They've been under the pump for much of this game so far, but have used the wind to great effect there. Jaden De Jesus getting that equalising score off a front ball line out that they just drove through the Odyssey defence. So this game is going out live on the Rugby Pass YouTube channel. All of the games and the times later in the day are down in the description. If you could subscribe to the channel, if you could smash the like button and even share it, that would be fantastic and would help the engagement for games later in the day. So some good pressure, good kickoff from Odyssey and a reasonable exit, but the referee was playing advantage for an offside there. Looked like he was again signalling that Mike Tesseri had been offside. A man eager to defend, but gets a little bit too eager and gives the kick away. So David du Toit with another good nudge, taking play to just about halfway. So we've got about 8.5 minutes to go in this first half. RTA will probably want to try and really take advantage of this significant breeze that they've got at their backs at the moment.
Pressure on, pressure on! Let's go, let's go, let's go!
Tap ball off the top there and Tesseri swoops through from Odyssey. Leaves the ball there on a platter for Holmes. Another good drive there from Odyssey. And Lewis Rayner looks like he's on at half back now. Young man that learned his rugby in Dubai before going to Sedba. Now playing here in Thailand for the Odyssey team. It's a kick straight down the middle of the park there. It's picked up by Nathagalovu. Some really mazy running from the fly half. Lewis Rayner digs that ball out there. Some great counter-rucking here from RTA. And Hofmeyr puts the ball on the toe with a box kick. And they come back for a knock-on in the contact there. So the intent of Odyssey, in particular their Fijian fly half Nathagalevu, always looking to carry the ball back. So far not too many scrummages on this tight head side for RTA. Van Vuren there, a large gentleman, up against Fijian Thavu Ilati. So feeds a good solid scrummage from Odyssey, but RTA come away with the ball and they were playing under penalty advantage. Under 19 rules can't push in the scrummage more than 1.5 metres. Great tackle out there on the left edge as RTA look to move the ball, but they've come back for the penalty at the scrum infringement there. So this gives David du Toit perfect opportunity to push RTA deep into the Odyssey half. They'll obviously be wanting to rinse and repeat what they did 5 minutes ago, but they're a little bit further out, probably about 15 metres shy of the Odyssey line. With this throw. Jaden De Jesus. Pedri Van Heerden could be the targets for this, and Van Heerden goes up. Great take. Wiener Stoltz. Some good footwork there and staying strong in the contact. And adjudged to be hands in the cookie jar there. Van Vuren with the drive about 5 metres out. And a fantastic jackal in there from Freddie Robson. So a fantastically competitive game here as we move into the last 3 minutes of this half. And again, Odyssey. Louis Rayner moves the ball. Some fantastic enterprise here from from Odyssey. Fezrayaki on hand there to take that. And a fantastic run there from Tanivalu. Louis Rayner digging in for this ball. Again, getting the ball through the hands, playing some real heads-up rugby. Offload in the tackle there. A slight knock on there. Trying to pick the ball up off his toes. But some real enterprise there again from Odyssey, running from 5 metres out. And some changes here for RTA. They've actually got to go on and play another game directly after this against Trinity. So coach Olivier making sure that he's giving everybody some rotation. Ethan Maritz and Francois Murray onto the field. So referee Afni getting these two front rows, front fives under control here. Odyssey have probably had the better of pushing these scrummages. And another solid scrum there. Hofmeyr gets the ball away. Toy puts the ball on the toe. But the ball floats out on the wind there. So you can't see on the coverage, but there's a pretty stiff breeze blowing here. Sadly picked that one up out on the full, so we are back for a line out just outside the 22. Louis Mail is now throwing the ball at the line out. Joe Guttridge with those familiar red shorts is standing in the half-back position, obviously looking to set up a drive. But the ball not straight. As I've said, pretty tough in this wind to get these line-outs straight. And it looks like RTA are probably going to opt for the scrummage. Their captain, Tahandri Reinecker, is wearing the 14 jersey, but running at inside centre or second 5'8". So Chad Hofmeyr with the feet to this scrummage. There's a bit of a wheel there. The ball picked up at the base, and Hofmeyr runs into the open field. There's a bit of a hospital pass there, but well looked after, and Hofmeyr snipes and picks the ball up. Good linking there by De Jesus. And Hofmeyr clears the ball. Charge down there, but adjudged offside at the scrummage. So some pretty cohesive defence so far from Odyssey. Whenever RTA have had the ball, they've had to work hard for every metre they've taken. So the clock now at about just over 30 minutes. So probably the last opportunity that RTA are going to have to use this wind. So they kick downfield about 5 metres inside the Odyssey half. So Vanden Hever with this throw.
Go through!
Tapped off the top there. Ball under control, but under pressure at RTA, and a fantastic run. Great line there. Running the short line. Reinecker, a rangy pass out there to the left wing. And a good legal steal there, again by Odyssey, but we're back for a penalty for offside. So Dutoy trying to carve off, and that is a fantastic kick. Taking play down to the 5 metre line of Odyssey. Although he's got the wind at his back, that was a brave kick, would easily have floated long and gone touching goal there. So fantastic kick there from Duan Dutoy. Good take at the line out. There's a sack there, so the ball is on the ground. So Rucking, number 3, comes in offside from Odyssey there. So they're playing with house money here. Got the free hit. Oh, a floated pass there. And every Fijian loves to see a ball floating towards an opposition defender like that, and a really good take there. I think he's knocked the wind out of him there. So as that ball floats across to Hundred Reinecker, get some air under it, and an absolutely copybook tackle there from Vaidrayaki. So Duan Dutoy is going to poke this ball in for the line out. So we're three and a half minutes into added time at the end of this first half. Been playing under a couple of penalty advantages. So Vanden Hever gets another opportunity. Another great take by Vanden Hever. Josh Warne on the ball. And the ball goes down, so it's on the ground here. RTA still in possession of the ball. About 5 metres out here. They're having a go. Hoffmeyer leaving it to the big fellas. A really good leg drive there. And he's got the ball over the line, but it'll be interesting to see. The referee is going to consult with his touch judge, and and he's given it. Some fantastic driving on the ground. Odyssey trying to say that he was crawling forward on the ground, but not adjudged to have been tackled, so he kept moving forward. And fantastic work there. Taking a well-earned drink. So it's 12-5 with the kick to come. David van der Merwe, and this will be half-time. So the try scorer there, Ethan Maritz. So for the first try, Van der Merwe perfectly judged this wind. He had a good strike and a lovely bit of draw, bringing it in on the wind. He'll be looking to do exactly the same thing. It was a fantastic effort in this wind, but no cigar that time. So a fantastic come from behind effort by RTA, taking it into half time at a 12 points to 5 lead over Odyssey. Okay, ladies and gentlemen from around the world, welcome back to the second half of this game here at the World Schools Festival, Patana Sports Resort in Thailand, where Rugby Travel Academy RTA are holding a 12 points to 5 lead over the Odyssey Invitational team. So we've had over 600 people watching on the Rugby Pass YouTube channel, so welcome. We've got about 150 likes so far. If you could smash that like button and share this, it would really help with the engagement for later games. So in this second half, we'll now have Odyssey playing from left to right as we look at this screen. So they have a significant advantage with the wind in this half. Be interesting to see whether they are able to use that to dig into this deficit, 12 points to 5 that they have. And a good take there by Leighton Hopshire for RTA. And RTA are about to find out that not having the wind causes them some issues. So the ball picked up there by Vedre Aki, and he's still going. But the referee judges the knock on there. So almost immediately in this second half, RTA finding that the wind is really strongly blowing against them. And if they try and kick out and don't find touch, you can be fairly certain that the flair of the Odyssey team will have the ball coming straight back at them. So Will Holmes now back on at half-back. This young Sale Academy player locking horns with Chad Hoffmeyer. Sharply gets the ball away. And RTA trying to run out there. And a good tackle there that saw the RTA player's legs come up, but and it looks like a high tackle on that right edge. And a knock on, so we'll almost certainly come back for the high tackle there. RTA running that one out of their own 22. Probably a much better option than trying to kick it. Duan Detoy misses touch. Actually, Odyssey failed to field that one, and a knock on. So immediately RTA with an opportunity to put some pressure onto Odyssey in this second half, leading 12 points to 5. The Odyssey team is an invitational team and will be seeking nominations May of next year through the World Schools Festival website. Ooh, very nearly. Oh, and he's given the knock on. Or he hasn't given the knock on. And a fantastic run by Mahala Kola Umfati, number 27 there for Odyssey. So a really early strike in this second half, much the same as they did in the first half. They've really come out of the blocks firing, and a great intercept. So should these games end up level, the winner would be determined by whoever scored first. So the conversion is missed. So it's now 12-10 to RTA. A fantastic finish there by Umfati. Number 27 there. And there we see him streaking away. Some despairing efforts there from Duan Dutoy. And Yavo Hendricks. And making his way under the post there. Fantastic. So, a really good take there from Nathagalevu. And again, Odyssey showing some real intent. But a judge not to have released the tackled player there. Referee Afni has been very strict on the finer points of the game here. So immediately Odyssey get the opportunity to use the win. Vaidrayaki forces the ball down to just outside the RTA 22-metre line. Kama Ina Isoro there. So now Aidan Craggs with this line out. And a good, the judge to be not straight. As I've said, it's particularly windy here at the Patana Sports Resort. RTA with a scrum feed. Hofmeyr. Looks like Will Holmes and Chad Hofmeyr getting to know each other there, chatting away at halfback. Both busy, industrious halfbacks. Another good drive by Odyssey. Need to be careful not to go beyond the 1.5 metres. And it's deemed that they have. So Vinan Stoltz with that South African headgear on. Hofmeyr digs the ball out just inside his own half. Dutoy, Reinecker, and they get it out to that right edge. They bring it back. Again, some really good line speed from Odyssey there. Hofmeyr going down the blind side there. Again, some really stiff tackling there. And another penalty for offside, and referee Afani is now giving a warning. And that is going to be 6 minutes in the bin. A yellow card for repeated infringements there. So in this tournament, because of the short nature of the game, 6 minutes for a yellow card and a red card is 20 minutes. The player can't actually himself go back to the field, but may be replaced at 20 minutes. So this could be quite a telling period of time. Nathagalevu, the man receiving the yellow card, and he's very much been the heartbeat and the pivot of everything good about Odyssey's attack. Good ball off the top down to Hofmeyr. Vinan Stoltz drives this ball into contact, getting RTA onto the front foot here. Hofmeyr, Dutoy, and Leighton Hopshire coming in. Now using this short side. But Vandenhever, the RTA hooker, deemed to have come in from the wrong side there. So what looked like a promising attack there from RTA ends with a penalty to Odyssey. Now pushing the ball to the 10-metre line inside the RTA half. So still with a 2-point deficit. Easy to think that the wind is going to score you the points, but you can't just sit back and expect that to happen. Odyssey playing with some real industry, as they have done since the first minute of the game. Good take there, ball down to Holmes. Harry Rigdon, a young man who's locally here from Thailand, goes to the St Andrews School in Bangkok, getting the opportunity there. But RTA have the ball, make some good headway down the right flank. Good line there, and a good carry as a one-off runner there. Hoffmeyer digs the ball out. And the ball lost in contact there by Vandenhever. So Mike Tesseri digs the ball out there. And another good drive there from Odyssey. I think that will be in from the wrong side. But he goes back. Deems as legal, but comes back for a scrum for the knock-on. Lost in contact there. So a dream start to this second half for Odyssey. Getting the score there from Mfadi off a intercept that he took fully 50 metres. So Will Holmes feeds this ball, busy little scrum half, breaks to the left, and he's shown the initial defence. Great tackle back there from Venan Stoltz, drags him into touch. Fantastic snipe down the blind side there from Will Holmes, but great defence from 8-man Venan Stoltz. Scrags him into touch. Great work from the halfback. He's going to keep the back row and the back foot defence of the RTA on alert with that. And a great take there by Tesseri. Moving the ball, Tom Roebuck. Ball out there to Vedreaki. And adjudged to have drifted forward on the wind there. So a scrum feed for RTA. About 15 metres out from their line. So there's a break in play here for an injured RTA player. So they're going to take the water break early. We're about 13 minutes into this second half. This water break at halfway through each half gives the coaches plenty of time to reset the priorities of the teams. RTA in this yellow and blue kit. Looks like Venan Stoltz is... Well, Thought he was coming off the field, he's taken off his headgear. I think he's just making his way back to the water break huddle. Can imagine it's a pretty hot affair wearing a headgear in this weather. So there we have du Plessis and Mapletoft in the Odyssey huddle there. As we said, the Odyssey team only came together very, very early this week. One of the RTA players there with a broken wing. Len Olivier there directing traffic and inspiring this young team, as I said at the opening of the game, all under 17s. So again, if you are watching, as you will be through the Rugby Pass YouTube channel, if you could subscribe to the channel and also hit the like button on the feed, that would greatly help with the engagement. If you also want to see what the times of the later games are, if you click down into the description underneath the feed, you'll see all the times of the games. And if it moves you, please share it with your friends. Tom, is it scored? It was scored. Because we could be showing the wrong score. Because it just occurred to me. He must have missed it from right in front. Okay, so we're now back for a scrummage. Rugby Travel Academy RTA holding this slender 2-point advantage over the Odyssey Invitational team here, with just about 14 minutes to play in the game. I'm sure Odyssey will want to try and do all they can to overhaul this advantage before it gets too deep into the game. On a great break there under pressure from Meyerhofer. He's outrun all of his own support there. Fantastic run and some great defence there from Odyssey. The RTA players are on hand here and it looks like they've got it. Ethan Moritz, one of the try scorers, looks after that ball. They're on this left edge. Fantastic run there by Hofmeyr, and he does the hard work there, but just a small knock on the ground there by Wienand Stolz, but playing under advantage. This is just what RTA wanted. Chad Hofmeyr under huge pressure from Will Holmes, who'd given away the penalty at that scrummage, but Hofmeyr wriggled free and made fully 50 metres down the touchline. But actually a poor kick there by Duan Dutoy. Kicks the ball dead. So we are coming back for a scrummage with an Odyssey feed, which gives Will Holmes the opportunity to launch something. This will be the first time that Odyssey end up with the ball deep in their own half. Wonder whether they'll actually use the wind at all. So Joe Guttridge pops himself onto the open side. He's been a fairly dynamic link player in the forwards so far for Odyssey. Will Holmes with a feed. And a good drive there. And a big spiral bomb there. It looks like it's gone out on the full. Nathagiluvu back after his 6 minutes in the bin. Just getting hold of too much of that ball and putting it out on the full. So a shortened line out here for RTA. Ball being thrown in by prop Van Vuren. Great take at the front there, and RTA set up this drive, trying to feed the ball back to the back of that maul. But some great disruption from Odyssey there, and it goes down. And Odyssey trying to get the hands onto the ball. Hofmeyr digs it out. Some good hands there, midfield from RTA. But again, some great work from Joe Gutteridge there, jackling over the top. And Nathagilevu immediately looking for the spare man there and gets it out to Koma Init Asoro, who chips it ahead. RTA kicking the ball ahead, but fielded by Tanivalu. That's adjudged to be a knock-on. It did look for all money like he dropped it backwards. So rolling substitutions, and Vanden Hever comes back on at hooker for RTA. Crucial going into the last 10 minutes of this game, and RTA still holding this slender advantage. Odyssey so far 2 tries, both within the first 2 minutes of each half. But now with the scrum feed just inside the 10-metre line in the Odyssey half. Hofmeyr working hard to really look after that ball. Penalty, and Wienand Stoltz immediately drives it forward. Lost in the contact there, but adjudged that they weren't 10 metres. So referee Afni pushing them deep. So another opportunity for Du Toit to push this ball into the corner. Given the wind, absolutely no thought of taking the place kick and the points there. And this time he makes no mistake. Pushes the ball into touch, about 10 metres short of the Odyssey try line. So great take at the front there, but didn't get the ball down. And it's bobbled out on the Odyssey side. Joe Gutteridge tidies up the scraps on the floor there. And eventually it's given as a knock-on by RTA, so we'll come back for the scrummage. The line-out ball bobbled there. Forward from RTA, Gutteridge. Cleaned up the mess, but there must have been a knock-on or some infringement at the base of that. So referee Afni brings it back from a scrummage. So Will Holmes gets an opportunity to try and launch Odyssey from deep within their own 22 here. 7.5 minutes on the clock. A 2-point deficit. So Holmes gets the ball. Nathagilevu again takes on the line, and Holmes box kicks it out. That's a good kick, lands just in field. It's been fielded by the number 12 from RTA, but a great counter ruck from Odyssey. RTA managed to just get that ball. Chad Hofmeyr has pretty much played the whole of this game. Du Toit to Henri Reinecker. Puts the ball on the toe, but it's picked up by Odyssey. The ball's there. Holmes goes to the blind side. Good drive there. Now Holmes brings it to the one-off runner. Just inside RTA territory. Pulling it back. Great tackle there The ball ends up in the hands of Tanivalu. Some really good defence here, playing under advantage now. Drops the ball on the toe and dribbles it forward. But the referee comes back for advantage from the offside at the ruck. And some handbags there from the boys, getting themselves acquainted. And the referee whistling hard there. The emotions running pretty high, which means we can tell that both these teams are really, really wanting to get the W here. To Henri Reinacker there, the RTA captain, fully in the middle of that, looking after his players and his teammates. But referee Afni speaking to both captains, Elroy Matongi Makomba for the Odyssey team. Now it gives Nathagiluvu the opportunity to push play now inside the RTA 22. So with about 5 minutes to play, we're certainly not in last chance saloon, but RTA would certainly want to come away from here with some kind of score. This game has been an absolute arm wrestle and a fantastic contest from both these young sides. So Aidan Craggs with the throw here. And well taken there, ended up in the hands of Matangi Makomba. And Joe Gutteridge ranging out in the midfield, gets through, fantastic feet, but gets swamped in defence there. But he's really got Odyssey onto the front foot there. Holmes digs it out. Great show and go, and coming back against the grain, and some good solid play in the contact there. The ball with Holmes, and it's a penalty. And it's taken quickly. Vedriaki, no thought of taking the points, and they are right on the line there. And that is a try. Let's see who comes up with that ball. And again, the passion's running pretty high there. That was a fantastic run there from Joe Gutteridge that got Odyssey onto the front foot there. And looks like the try scorer could well have been Thavu Ilati. So this was after Gutteridge had got them onto the front foot, and a good drive through there. Just used the absolute strength and power in his legs there and drove through. Some despairing efforts there from RTA. So the ball there tapped down. So the score now at 15-12 to Odyssey, with just over 2 minutes to play, and an opportunity here to just extend this lead. And he's just pushed it to the right. So a 3-point advantage. So 3 tries to 2. Odyssey are leading. And a good high kick there, and a great take there from Fijian Vedriaki. Odyssey will be looking for an exit here, and RTA their composure boiling over a little bit there. Clearly need to get the ball back but need to time their entry, and Natha Giluvu is now able to push the ball out just calmly. So as I said earlier, it's 15-12. Whatever happens here, RTA will need to outscore. Odyssey taking a penalty or a drop goal would bring the scores level, but Odyssey would take the win by virtue of having scored the first try in the game. So Aidan Craggs with a throw, but it ends up with RTA. Jaden DeJesus, one of the try scorers for RTA, tidies that up. Hoffmeyer, who's had a fantastic game. Venan Stoltz playing in the midfield, trying to get RTA onto the front foot here. They go to the blind side again, and they've got themselves to that edge. And a good drive from the one-off runner there. The big tight head prop. Hoffmeyer to Detoy. Some good defence coming in. And they want to make sure that they don't let Gutteridge over the top to jackal this ball. They're trying to get out to this left edge. And what looked like to be a knock-on in the tackle there by try scorer Mfati. So with the clock showing in the red, doing Detoy, make sure gets the ball into touch there. So RTA, this could well be the last opportunity. So Stefan van den Heever is throwing into this line out. DeJesus goes up, knocks the ball back to van den Heever, and he mops that ball up in the 5-metre channel really well there. Hoffmeyer comes in to Detoy. Skipper Tihondri Reinecker, rangy run and a great offload out of the back of the hand there. Getting themselves out to that right edge, and Odyssey force them out. And looking to see, and that is time. So Odyssey run out 15-12 winners in this Game 1 Open Cup final over Rugby Travel Academy. So a fantastic effort from the boys from Odyssey. They only came together on Monday under the stewardship of Vessel Duplessis and Mark Mapletoft. And also the commentator that's been with us on day 1 and 2, Simon Lewis, has also been very involved with this team. It's fantastic to see these boys come together so quickly. And also a big hand for our losers, RTA. They have but a few minutes in order to get themselves together in order to take on Trinity School in the next game. So it'll be a fantastic effort from them. But for those of you watching from around the world on the Rugby Pass YouTube channel, if you could hit the like button and subscribe, and if you're going to share anything on social media, if you could put the hashtag of WSF 2022, that will help the engagement of this tournament around the world. And if you're looking for the times of the later games in the day, check out the description for the full schedule of the times around the world. But the next game up will be Trinity School versus RTA.
Well done, boys. Well done, boys.
Yep, off we go. Okay, so game 2 sees Trinity School taking on RTA. To give you a little bit of background behind Trinity School, started back in 1596, Archbishop John Whitgift in Croydon, Surrey. The school has a strong academic focus and lots and lots of sport, and the team itself, speaking to their coaches Paul Roberts and Ian Kench last night, very much prides itself on defence. Some standout players in this team, a big tie-up with the Harlequins, the Premiership side in the UK. So lots of players who have a link with that. Finn Kennedy at 15 is the captain. Sam Medcraft started the final last year. The halfbacks for Trinity, Lucas Friday and Josh Bellamy, both in the Quins Academy and both in the England South training squad. And Lucas Friday is the son of famous father Mike Friday, currently the USA Sevens coach. And up front, Bampo, Singh and Fleary are all Quins Academy players in the front row. And the vice captain is Joe Marvin, who is playing at 8, Quins Academy, and also at London Broncos. And I'm told that he had an interview with Cambridge University yesterday, so let's hope that went well for you, Joe. As I've said, the RTA, who played in game 1, have to immediately back things up, and they had a narrow loss, 15-12 to the Odyssey Invitational team in game 1, so they will be looking to come out of the blocks. Key players for them in that first game: Chad Meyerhofer, or Hofmeyer, at halfback, played the entire game and was solid and sniping all the way through. Some good kicking from Duan Detoy at 10. Their captain, Tihondre Reinecker, playing at inside centre wearing the 14 jersey, was also to the fore. And David van der Merwe, the ex-Grey College fullback, was a good goal kicker. Up front, Venan Stoltz de Jesus was a try scorer, and Pedri van Heerden and Daniel Menches were ruling in the line-out. And the front row of Van den Heever, Van Vuren, McLean, Francois Moret, JJ Jonker and Ethan Moritz were also to the fore. So it looks like some of the Odyssey players are going to be playing in this game under the guise of RTA. And if they're going to play without jersey numbers, it's going to make my job somewhat difficult. But Odyssey have a haka and Trinity School there lined up on halfway to accept the challenge that they are going to be laid down by RTA. And An absolutely fantastic experience for these boys from Trinity School. Having myself face the Fijian, haka myself, it's a daunting prospect, but one that shows great respect to accept that challenge. So Trinity, one of the top schools in England, carrying a few injuries from the 3 games over a few days here. So it looks like we are back in the RTA jerseys, but I am suspecting that there are a number of the Odyssey boys helping them out here. So if you are listening in and you know any of these players, please do give me some latitude on the player names. We'll do the best that we can to bring this home for you. So the time now here in Thailand is just after 12:30 in the morning. So if you're in England, 7 hours behind, 5:30 in the morning. Good morning. I hope you've got a good strong cup of tea or coffee to see the Trinity play their first game of the day. So Trinity playing left to right in this light blue and white hoops. Ball moved away there by Lucas Friday. The ball goes loose and a knock on. Our referee for this game is Mr. Simon Craggs from New Zealand, Counties Manukau and Thames Valley. He's actually here with the Odyssey team and is a school teacher, and turns out he's a very good mate of a friend of mine from days back in Hong Kong, Wayne Whitney. So Wayne, if you're out there listening to or watching your old mate Simon Craggs on the whistle, good afternoon to you. So RTA halfback moves the ball here. Good tackle in midfield there by Trinity. And the ball stolen, but illegally, coming in from the wrong side. Simon Craggs taking no messing around early on in this game. You going to jump in? Yeah? You all right? Okay. So I've just been joined here in commentary by Simon Lewis after his work on the touchline with Odyssey in the first game, and he informs me that many of the boys playing in this first half are the Odyssey boys in true festival fashion, helping out RTA in this Game 2 fixture match-up with Trinity School. So Trinity School have had a fantastic run in the last season, and they win the first scrum penalty there. Referee Craggs adjudges that RTA are driving in on the angle. So Trinity playing with this wind. Looks like a good kick there from Josh Bellamy. So welcome, Simon. How How was the first game for you?
So that was intense, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely was.
Great rugby from both sides, and congratulations to the Odyssey boys. Only came together on Monday to train.
Fantastic.
And RTA is a great side, really hard ruggers. So and look, that's Louis Rayner taking it in.
So the Trinity, sorry. Good throw from Quinn Singh, but the jump was missed.
Oi.
And Craggs, the referee, blowing his third or fourth penalty, and we're only 3 minutes in. Another transgression at the base of the ruck by Trinity.
Not allowed to hit the scrum half, are you?
Absolutely. Back in my day of playing, Simon, at scrum half, anything went. It was
it was all hands on everything, isn't it?
Absolutely. So good drive into contact there for the arm.
Doing that. Louis Rayner feeds to Harry. And that's Louis Mayle with the ball, standing strong. That's the co-captain of the Odyssey.
So Louis Rayner moves this ball. Slight drop there, and now Trinity on the front foot in defence here.
That's Tom Roebuck cleaning up there nicely. Here come the Fijians.
The ball is pushed forward there. Trinity now have it. One-off runner there, driving it just into the RTA half. Friday moves the ball, and a flat pass there. And now RTA playing with advantage, really now taking it back into the Trinity half. And a good solid contact there, some good D from Trinity. As I said, they prided themselves on that, but offside, encroaching in front of the back foot. So it's been a pretty combative start here by RTA, considering that they have just come off the back of playing a full game. Louis Rayner taps the ball and moves it, and they're out to the right edge. And some good D there from Trinity. Puts the ball into touch, and it'll be a Trinity feed.
So the way the coaches have agreed this, Odyssey will play the first half and RTA the second half.
Fantastic. So in some respects, although the Odyssey and RTA boys have played a full game, they've actually got that under their belt. Trinity coming out a little bit cold maybe so far in the start. So Quinn Singh, Quinn's academy player.
Interestingly, we were talking to the refs, Cookie, and we were suggesting that they just put the space between the lineouts about 1.5, so rather than 1 metre.
Pretty difficult on the throw in this wind, as we've said in game one. There's a pretty stiff breeze blowing from left to right as we're looking at this at the backs of Trinity. Certainly helped Odyssey come back from a 12-10 deficit at half-time, a 12-5 deficit at half-time in game one. So Louis Rayner feeds this ball. Looks like RTA are going to keep the ball in hand, and as I say it, he drops it on the toe, pushes the ball down to the 22 of Trinity. An opportunity to have a good look at this line out here. Fullback there, Finn Kennedy with the ball. Scored a try in the final of the UK Schools last year. So Quinn Singh with this throw, also a sevens player of some note. Trinity taking part in all the major sevens tournaments on the UK circuit, Rosslyn Park and St Joe's. And a great take there by Opara. So Trinity have the ball. Lucas Friday, great snipe.
It's a lovely play.
Great ball, really solid hit there. Midfield, but carried play into the half.
It's a great tackle by Malik from Malaysia there.
So loose ball going out to the left there. Well tidied up there by the Trinity
Lovely
boys.
hands.
Finn Kennedy releases his left winger there. Ollie Wilcox just outside the 22.
Oh, nice. He's offside.
And Friday pokes the ball over the top, but the referee says man in front. So enterprising play there from young Friday at halfback. Just nipping the ball over the top. Clearly been watching Ben Youngs. So a pretty tough ask to get the ball to touch on that far side. So Simon Craggs is helped out by Adib Afni, who was the referee in the first half, and Desmond on that far touch line as AR's in this game.
So this is Nico throwing in. So this part of the Odyssey game is we only kick and we don't see any players behind the line. Otherwise it's ball in hand all the time.
Tough line out there for the boys. We come back for the scrummage. So Lucas Friday with the feed to this scrummage. Pretty solid effort from both boys. Oh, great step there. Feints on the inside and then pulls it to the outside. Looking left and right. And outside to Finn Kennedy. And it looks maybe, yes, a great finish there by Alex Tagg. So the opening score there for Trinity with a try on the left wing after some fantastic work in the midfield there from Zach Nixon, Sam Medcraft, some weaving mazy footwork and a really good finish stepping inside the final defence there from Alex Tagg. So first blood to Trinity, 5-0. So Josh Bellamy, right-footed kicker. We'll need to try and fade this in on the wind. It's a very good strike, but the wind just pushing it to the right. As I've said, it's really hard to comprehend the strength of the wind here at the moment. So as I say, early strike there for Trinity, about 12 minutes gone, getting the first try on the board. So great take there. Fielding that ball on the floor there, Friday. Probably looking to box kick. Left foot box kick. Hasn't gone too far forward. Very much up in the air. And the Trinity players are judged to be within the 10 metre line. And obviously a few words there. So Simon Craggs immediately issues the yellow card. Clearly for something verbal, so no messing around. So 6 minutes in the bin. Trinity met that, and referee Craggs there, ending up in a heap at the bottom of that.
Well taken forward by Tom Roebuck.
And Trinity off their feet again, so
Not 10 either. Harry Rigdon kicks forward.
So
Putting the pressure on
Trinity in their own in-goal area. Bellamy,
run out. This is
great
enterprising
mazy,
stuff. He's
great
away.
mazy run, but running away completely from his support there.
Game
And
on.
again, the ball put in behind, and Trinity using this speed. But fantastic play there, just laconically steps out of that and offloads the ball. Fijian players do not know the meaning of pressure. So
This is Elisa on the ball. Rainer feeds to Mail. Louis Mail. This is Tom Roebuck. Back to Joe Simpson. Now we're away.
So drops the ball on the
Well done,
toe,
Louis Rayner.
and it's cannoned away. Louis Rayner ends up with the ball, gets it into the hands, and good defence there,
Keeping it
couldn't get away. So now they move to the open side, but a drop ball there, and RTA have got numbers to burn here. Oh, and they've knocked it on, but I suspect they're playing under advantage here. Referee Craggs, some great defence, tackling back there from Trinity. The absolute lottery bounce of the rugby ball there, favouring RTA, and it cannoned out with that kick forward. And was pounced on. So, on attack here, number 8 steps back inside of the contact and is met strongly by the Trinity defence there, but the ball's been knocked on. And touchdown behind the line by David Bampo. Another one of the Quins Academy boys, be it the Quins Academy all the way through from under 13s to under 18s, and has got that multi-talent that he can play across the front row. The referee Simon Craggs brings us to the first water break, so I'm guessing RTA and Odyssey be pretty happy with this start. 5-0 against the wind, and they've been putting on some fair pressure here, Simon.
Yeah, I mean, look, the boys have only come together, as I say, on Monday, and the esprit de corps that they've created amongst themselves, it's just been fantastic to be part of the squad and watch them grow over the 3 game days. Thanks to coaches Vessel de Plessis and Mark Mapletoft, who've done a fantastic job. I think they're going to be joining you later.
Yeah, I understand that Mark may well join me for the game in which Millfield are playing, and Vessel du Plessis for the final. Grey College versus Hamilton Boys High School from New Zealand. That will be a colossal meeting. 2 of the absolute best rugby schools from around the world, but Sedbergh, Millfield, Trinity and St Michael's from Dublin, also steeped in rugby history.
Not forgetting Cardiff and the Vale.
Cardiff and the Vale do not have that steeped history. Cardiff and Vale only formed by the coming together of 2 colleges in 2011, but they bring here a whole bunch of guys that are in the Wales under-18s training squad, and they pushed Grey College absolutely to the limit on Thursday. So I think we can expect some fireworks as well when Millfield take on Cardiff and Vale in the 3rd, 4th playoff. So Trinity under some pressure here. Scrum 5 metres under the shadow of the posts, and RTA have got opportunities both ways, and as you've said, it's the Odyssey backs here.
So we've got 2 replacements of the Odyssey backs. We've got Mpati from South Africa on the right wing, and I think we've got Semi from KSA number 18 on the left wing.
So some pressure at this scrummage.
And I think they've put Nico on as well, number 16.
So it's Louis Rayner at halfback. As I understand, learned his rugby in Dubai before going to Sedbergh. Which club was he at in Dubai with?
My old club, Dubai Hurricanes.
Fantastic, good plug there for the Dubai Hurricanes. So actually Trinity have the feed here.
Oh, well done Louis Rayner, unfortunately. Bit too keen. Causes a penalty for being offside. So chance for Trinity to clear their lines.
Josh Bellamy with the ball in hand, and he drops it on the toe and immediately starts one of those mazy runs. He's already done this several times, and now puts the ball on the toe.
It's a great kick.
And drops it into in goal.
Unlucky.
And
is that a 50-22?
I'm not sure if
No.
that was a 50-22.
Yes, it was.
Given as a 50-22. So from the shadow of his own posts, a cheeky tap and go, an amazing run. He's already done that 2 or 3 times in this game, really belying his England South training squad position that he has. So 5 metres out. I'm sure Trinity School will be looking to put on as much pressure. With only about 10 minutes to go to half time, they'll want to use up every bit of advantage they can with the wind at their backs. So Temi Asunbi, the ball drops down at the tail of the line out there and tidied up by Trinity. They're about 5 metres out. Picking and going on the tight side there. Another good solid drive about 2 metres out there now. And another pick and go from the Trinity schoolboys. And again, getting very close now, working their way into underneath the posts. I don't think we're going to see too much air on this ball at this stage. Trinity obviously need to be careful that they don't get held up over the line. And it's a penalty kick, and referee Craggs looks like he is going to his pocket, and the yellow cheese is coming out for some indiscretion close to the line there. And 6 minutes in the bin there, so RTA down to 14 men for this crucial last part of the first half. So Trinity
Time starts as soon as you sit.
looking like they were going to drive close,
Well done, boys.
and a couple of quick passes and
Time
offloads.
starts if you sit.
That looks like another score
Oh well.
there for one of the forwards. Couldn't quite pick up, but it's now a 10-0 lead for Trinity. They'll need a decent lead to carry into this second half, where they'll be playing against the wind. So it's number 18, Ollie German. It's very much been a late bloomer, only coming to rugby in the more senior years of his time at school, but is now very much one of the first names on the team sheet for Trinity School, and very much a hard worker. And the conversion is good from go to half time, and RTA down to 14 men. So it seems like Trinity are beginning to hit their straps now. Simon, Josh Bellamy, very much the fore of everything, and that is a long-ranging kick that has been caught on the wind and has gone all the way dead, so they're going to come back for the scrum.
Not the first time we've seen that this week, Cookie.
No, absolutely. The wind being both a blessing and a curse.
Interesting enough, as the matches have progressed, the side playing into the wind has actually been a little bit more successful.
Yeah, I know from my own playing days, playing with the wind gives you the help to kick the ball down the field, but it's pretty hard to get the line out straight and also pass backwards in the wind. When you play into it, there's pretty much only one thing you can do is run it, and it's much easier to...
In your day, it's up the jumper one.
Absolutely. There were Tyrannosaurus Rexes and Velociraptors in the background. Dinosaurs still roaming the earth back in those days. So Louis Rayner with the feed to this scrummage. A real gift for the RTA boys to be having a scrum feed on the 22 as we go into the last 5 minutes of this half. A great scrummage here from Trinity. Rayner struggling but gets the ball away.
Nico.
Oh, some fantastic hands there.
Semi is taking the ball. Sorry, it's a nice dummy from Louis Rayner. Picked up there by,
So RTA with the ball in their hands, looking to open their accounts.
Nice.
Good offload. And almost NFL quarterback style pass out there to the wing, but to the man in space. So about 5 metres out from the Trinity School line now. Louis Rayner swings the ball. They drive the ball hard in contact here, but a good strip there from Trinity School. Got time to consolidate here. A big loop pass out here to the right wing, and he takes his man on, and he's got people inside. So Trinity really put some air on this ball, but the ball looked like it was dropped in contact in the tackle, but referee Craggs not a bar of it.
wow.
So Drew Gormley on at halfback now, and a fantastic break there by the front row forward. But they've left the ball behind, and it has to be tidied up by Trinity. The RTA boys not on their feet. Some good lines of running here from the Trinity boys. Gormley with some antics there. A good tackle and a good jackal there. It'll be a Trinity ball leaving that because he was on the floor.
It's a nice little
Taps
chip.
the ball forward. How's this going to bounce?
Ball from a knock-on.
And looks like a pretty good finish there. And pretty tough to pick up the numbers on the shirts. But it looks like Alex Tagg again with his second try of the game. We're taking it out to a 17 points to nil lead. Again, some fantastic play from the Trinity forwards, making the bust up the left-hand side there. But a good calm finish there from Alex Tagg. So the kick here, very good strike, but actually no cigar there, so fantastic strike in the wind, but the conversion is missed. So we now have a 17 points to nil lead for Trinity School over RTA with about 2 minutes to go, and it looks like RTA restored to 15 players on the field with the yellow card coming back on. So Trinity have used this wind advantage to their to good effect. But probably their most meters they've gained, Simon, have been through keeping ball in hand.
That's the best way to do it.
And another fantastic run here.
Third time lucky for Louis Mail against
playing
Trinity's
out the
number
back
one.
there for the Trinity backs. Well coached by Paul Roberts and Ian Kench.
Oh, good hit.
A good hit on the back foot of that ruck. Gives RTA scrum feed just inside the Trinity School half with little more than a minute to play to half time.
So a lot of these players returning to a colder climate tomorrow.
Absolutely. I understand that we got freezing conditions in the UK, but I'm guessing South Africa and New Zealand will be heading into the heat of the summer. New Zealand some 6 hours ahead of us, so it's heading up to just after 7 in the evening for anybody in New Zealand. And in the UK, hopefully the coffee is on and you're nice and awake. As we've said, this fantastic tournament, the World Schools Festival, has sprung forward at least 3 full internationals in Evan Roos, Jaden Hendrickser and Kanan Moody, who all played at the inaugural tournament in Paarl in 2018. So Louis Rayner moves
Oh, nice, here we go.
playing out the back, and good heads up rugby there, carries it into contact. Good defence from the Trinity midfield, but RTA looking to go coast to coast here. Big hit up in the midfield
Yeah, not forward. Good intent.
and a reasonable steal there, but a knock forward adjudged by the referee by Trinity trying to jackal that ball.
That was a tremendous event, the 2018 Paarl. We had, I think we had 10 schools from northern and southern hemisphere. And the foundation of the Odyssey side there, the APD Dragons. So their first rollout.
Paul Roberts and Ian Kench there watching on as we are in the shadows of half time here. Good scrummage from
Picked up
RTA
by
and they
Mayo.
move out to the right. And good step out of that tackle and a
Keeps the
good
ball.
offload.
This is Mfati, South Africa.
So bringing the ball back to the midfield here. Good drive up. And RTA now look to move this ball to the left. Dropped onto the toe, and I'm pretty sure Trinity will just run this into touch, and referee Simon Craggs blows for half time with Trinity School holding a 17-0 lead over RTA Odyssey. So we'll have a short break here for half time and we'll be back to you with the second half. Okay, so welcome back here to the second half of this game, Trinity versus RTA in the World Schools Festival Open Trophy here at the Patana Sports Resort in Thailand. And for those of you who are obviously watching through the Rugby Pars YouTube channel, we'd ask you, if you can, to subscribe and also hit the like button on your YouTube feed and even share it if you can. And if you're going to post anything on social media, please use the hashtag WSF2022. So as I said, please do smash that like button. So Trinity College holding a pretty good 3-0 17-0 lead. They are the reigning English schools champions, but immediately drifting that ball out on the wind. So we are coming back for a scrummage on halfway. In my playing days, Simon, I always just think that should have been a hanging offence for the last thing that the forwards and the halfback want is a defensive scrum halfway and in the middle of the field.
I think it still is. It's just the speed at which these young boys play the game.
So the first half of that game was largely the Odyssey boys, and I think we now have a much greater number of the South African based RTA team playing under the RTA banner and colours. So some good pressure there at the base of the scrummage. So the ball, good work there from Drew Gormley, who's on in place of Lucas Friday. Ollie Butler there. Now at hooker. Quinn Singh moving to loose head.
So people might be wondering why Odyssey took the first half and RTA took the second half. Essentially it's because there was only 2 teams in the Invitational Open, and so they had the best of 3, which was finished off this morning, and obviously Trinity needs to play out its position in the Shield, and this is what they're doing in this match.
So Max Farrell feeding this ball for Trinity School. And Roma Matumbavalu, and a fantastic break there.
One off the training park.
Absolutely. Ollie Bailey there, another Quinn's Academy player. And look looking to get into Oxford University this year. So good try there by Bailey, and a good start to the second half for Trinity School. So with the kick to come, 22 points to 0. Guessing most of these boys, as we've said, have already played a game and a half. So Drew Gormley gets the kick, 24 points to 0. Start to the second half, putting the ball out on the full. Trinity roar back with a 7-pointer. So good take there from Joe Marvin, vice captain of this Trinity side.
Good,
and a
good handoff.
Fantastic fend.
Nice
and a
offload.
Great offload in the tackle there. And really making some ground there. Some pretty ruthless play there from Trinity. And a great score there from Quinn Singh.
It's like seeing a hooker run it in, eh? Under the
Great
posts.
following up. Showing some of his sevens talent there. Supporting on the inside. But that was some fantastic work there. Really powered his way through those final tackles. 29 points to 0 now, with Drew Gormley looking to add the extras from right in front of the posts. So Gormley with the conversion. 31 points to 0, looking ominous now for RTA, Simon.
Yeah, look, we've got to remember that they obviously played a pretty brutal first match this morning. There'll be some tired legs out there, and they've had a half an hour break. Not making any excuses for Trinity's great play. It looks like they're going to adopt a barbarian style game of rugby, which is tremendous to watch. And they've most probably also said there's no point in kicking it into the wind. So keep the ball in hand. Oh,
deep.
Knocked on there.
And a knock on there by Max Farrell will give RTA the first opportunity in this second half, 5 minutes in, to have some possession here.
I think it's the first set piece in Trinity 22, isn't it?
Absolutely. So Trinity, a team that prides itself on its defence. This will be a good opportunity for them to show everyone what they can do. So RTA with a feed at this scrummage.
Interesting fact, they come out to Dubai every year to tour, which is wonderful. Bring their under 12s out.
Fantastic.
I think there's 3 or 4 of those players in this squad that came out when they first toured, which is wonderful to see.
Obviously Dubai, one of the perfect touring destinations for the rugby world. And a good drive there from RTA. Farrell drops it on the toe. Trinity getting back. If that was touchdown, I think it's going to be scrum 5 carried over. It looks like Simon Craggs is coming back for an infringement offside at the scrummage.
Referees really picking that up today, aren't they?
So Duan Detoy with a quick stutter step there, puts the ball pretty much onto the 5 metre line. So good set piece opportunity for RTA.
So they've got 2 moves that we've picked up. They've got a buffalo, which is a drive, and they have one which is a peel off along the front. I'd say it looks like they might be doing a peel, because with the buffalo they normally have a 7-man line out.
Vanden Heever, and the ball drops into the hands of Quinn Singh. This man is covering many blades of grass here. And RTA give away the penalty there. Well mopped up by Quinn Singh at the tail of the line out there. Looks like a very handy player, this Quinn's Academy representative.
It's a good effort.
And really finding out that the wind is not in their favour, not finding touch. But now it's given Trinity the opportunity to put on some of that footwork, and good offload out of the tackle there. More good footwork there.
Oh!
Zach Nixon, some fantastic work there.
I think
This
we've got
right
some
flank.
Fijians on.
Oh, and the ball goes loose. So some fantastic play there from the backfield. So Trinity School were very much on the front foot there. Scrum feed. And now the opportunity to put the toe on it and take some ground, but well fielded there in the backfield. Some mazy running, beating the first 2 tacklers, and he's just gliding through there, lining up to take the ball, still in possession of it. And they have a ruck about a metre from the line, driving hard. Some great defence on the blind side there by RTA. Apara, good clean out there. But they're now Quinn Singh very much into his work here, and he gets himself over for a double. So some fantastic mazy running from this Trinity School side, Simon. Running from the back.
Yeah, I think the coach has said no kicking second half, except in your 22. Oh, that's great seeing him. Then they've run it out from
So
there.
Quinn Singh had an awful lot of work to do there, but he's a big, strong lad. Got to the outside shoulder there, hand off, fend, and got to the weak shoulders, straight through. So Gormley with another opportunity to extend the lead, 36-0 now to Trinity School. Paul Roberts and Ian Kench, the coaches for Trinity, will be pretty pleased with the showing so far. And with a kick into the wind there, Gormley misses, so he's 36-0 with about 11.5 minutes played in this second half. It looks like Gormley now coming off, carrying his kicking tee, explaining to Paul Roberts what went wrong with that kick there. But it brings back the fleet foot Josh Bellamy onto the field. Fantastic game from that man there in shot, Quinn Singh so far. So Trinity going from deep again, but a great tackle there. So RTA holding Trinity up inside their 22 at the moment as they move the ball. Bellamy steps inside, looks for some big fellas to help him out there. Trinity 5 metres out from their own goal line there. Some really good play there from RTA, putting the pressure on, and they've won the scrum feed there. Referee Simon Cragg saying that there was a knock-on in the contact there. So this would be a fantastic opportunity for RTA to get themselves onto the score sheet here. The Shield final in the World Schools Festival here at the Patana Sports Resort in Thailand. The dates for 2023 have already been announced. Tuesday the 12th to Sunday the 17th of December there'll be Cup, Open and Girls 10s tournament next year. So I did see a number of comments earlier in the week about certain schools that weren't here. That'll be your opportunity to get yourselves on the invitation list to come to this prestige event that gives these young men bragging rights and experiences that they will not forget in a lifetime. So an early push there from Trinity School. Jaden DeJesus with a quick take there and a drive there. So the RTA boys pretty close to the line. They look like they're across it. But referee Simon Craggs has given the penalty.
I think that was Louis Mail from Odyssey driving that ball over with the scrum cap.
Okay, so the Trinity defence holding firm at the moment.
Offside at the moment.
RTA driving this in tight. But again, sterling work from the Trinity defence there, holding that maul up, and it's a turnover maul scrummage for Trinity. And as we go into the water break in the second half, as we said, Trinity School holding this commanding 36 points to 0 lead over RTA. So far 6 tries, braces for Alex Tagg and Quinn Singh, and the others from German and Bailey. And Bellamy and Gormley have chipped in with 3 conversions. So we can see there coach for Trinity School there, Paul Roberts, with the ball under his arm, and Ian Kench with his back to us. The headgear, Teddy Wilkie there, the light blue headgear, the number 5. And Ollie German, the try scorer, with his back to us. Number 6, Isaiah Opara, has been pretty instrumental so far in this game. So going into the final 15 minutes of what will have been a fantastic 3-game tour for these Trinity schoolboys. And Len Olivier there on screen, the Rugby Travel Academy coach. As we said, they specialise in tours and also have an academy specifically designed for school leavers in South Africa, trying to prepare them for the rigours of professional rugby, and have propelled a number of players into the French professional leagues and also Portugal, and also got a number of guys into US universities. So fantastic work there from the RTA guys, and as we said, they're all under 17s. So Led himself has played some good rugby around the world. He's now trying to impart those skills to these young men. So as you're watching this game through the Rugby Pass YouTube channel, please do smash the like button, hit subscribe, and share it to your friends. And the 3 other games, their times are in the description for this YouTube live stream. So Trinity feed the ball close to their own try line. Bellamy runs to the line, and Trinity break out to halfway, but a small forward pass brings them back. So David Bampo on this loose head side of the Trinity scrummage. Quinn Singh in the middle. And Timmy Asumbi on the tight head for Trinity School. RTA with a feed on halfway. So moving the ball out to the left. Oh, fantastic late hold-up pass there, and a great breakout here from RTA, but ran completely away from his support. Got a good offload off the ground, and it looks like Trinity looking to scrag the ball, but hands on the floor, and digging in for that ball again. Again adjudged to have transgressed. So RTA really pressuring these Trinity School defence. The referee brings it back for a penalty, just about 6 metres out.
I think that was Bonnie from Odyssey with that break. Oof, blimey.
Chris Van Vuren with the carry under advantage again. So playing with house money, some good footwork there, but running very much up a dark alley there into the Trinity defence. So several transgressions from Trinity in defence there. It'll be interesting to see how long referee Craggs puts up with this. So just a good old-fashioned up the guts drive there from RTA. Trying to use some of their forward power. Trinity pillars and posts on both sides of this. RTA still in control of this ball.
Should be behind the back.
Pick and go. Looking to set up another pick and go. And he gets to the outside, and the try is scored. So good to see RTA break the duck there. Not quite sure of the try scorer's name there. So we don't have all the shirt numbers. Rather than make an assumption, we'll just say good try, RTA. RTA have been putting pressure on that Trinity School line for 6 or 7 minutes now, and finally the dam broke, Simon.
Yeah, it was yes, it was gonna happen, wasn't it? And South African beef getting in there, powering over. Great to see.
So from wide out on the left-hand touchline, probably the best place to be kicking from today, as the wind is probably following that kick. So lofts it up. So yes. Fantastic 9-iron, and the conversion is good. So 36-7 with the conversion for RTA there. And Josh Bellamy with a cheeky little kick there, goes just over the 10, nudges it forward, and some great heads-up play there from Bellamy.
Oh, almost.
Almost an interception there. So some fantastic heads-up rugby there from Josh Bellamy. He's in the South England, or the England South Under-18s training squad. the school's rugby season has pretty much ended, and it now moves into regional and representative rugby in the UK, and then we'll be finishing off with all the sevens tournaments later on in the season. So Max Farrell with the feed to the scrummage. And a solid scrummage there from Trinity. Ball is moved away, and a great wraparound there, and Trinity off again. Probably held that a little bit too long, but the ball out there on the right hand wing.
Oh, break.
And more power play from the Trinity side. They've got numbers to burn on this left side. Great inside ball there from Josh Bellamy. In David Bampo with the score. Some great skills being shown there by Josh Bellamy. So try number 7, 41-7, kick to come. And Bellamy now has the kicking tee back. Good line there. It's going to be tough to stop Bampo from that kind of range. He's played an integral part in the first 54 minutes of this game. And Bellamy, an assured kick there with the conversion. 43-7 with about 5 minutes to go in this Shield final. As we've said, if you're posting anything on social media for this, please include the hashtag WSF 2022. And a low kick there, and Bellamy knocks it on. Possibly the only blot on his copybook so far today. So a chance for RTA inside the last 5 minutes of this game to see what they can do to possibly redress the score here. So 43-7. It's been a manful performance by RTA to back up with the Odyssey boys and play 2 games, and that's a ball against the head. So Bellamy takes the ball to the line, gets to the outside edge. Some good hands there, but lost just as I say that.
Commentator's curse on.
Absolutely. So RTA in possession of that ball, but I think a knock on the ground there. We'll go back for the Trinity School knock on.
Rough school time.
And looks like an injury on the floor there. Not sure. It looks like the injury might not be too good. So referee Simon Craggs has called an end to the game. I've got to say that was a very, very accomplished performance by Trinity School. It's a good start to the game by RTA, but once Trinity hit the straps, they really turned on the show there.
Yeah, fast barbarian style rugby, lots of open play, and great to see that for
the respect have really played a big part 43 points to 7 winners over Rugby Travel Academy, RTA from Pretoria in South Africa. We wish Trinity best with their enjoyed their time here at the Patana Sports Resort here in the Kingdom of Thailand. I know they're going to be out in a minute, but just give me a second. Just give me a second.
My root's kind of hurting my mouth. Yeah.
Okay, so welcome back for Game 3 here at the World Schools Festival, Patana Sports Resort. And we have a match-up between Sedbergh from England and St Michael's College in Dublin. So this team from St Michael's College was originally a primary school feeder to Blackrock College, but since the late 70s they split away and became their own standalone college. They made their first Leinster finals in 1988 and had their first win in 2007 and have got 3 more titles since then. They have some fantastic alumni, and in the last few years have been supplying over 20 players at any one time to the Leinster senior squad, which is effectively pretty much the Ireland senior squad. So fantastic history in St Michael's. They're coached by Emmett McMahon, and the Director of Rugby, Andy Skean, is here, and we are delighted to welcome their principal, Tim Kelleher, here, who is the father of Ronan Kelleher, one of the Ireland hookers. So looking at Sedbergh, they are coached by Simon Mulholland, who is from Christchurch in New Zealand, and the Sedbergh school goes all the way back to the 16th century a 500-year history. Some of their famous rugby alumni are people like Will Carling and World Cup winner Will Greenwood. More recently, people like Cam Redpath, Josh Hodge, Bevan Rodd and James Botham have all figured at senior levels. So within their team, they've got some England 18s group squad representatives. Tom Burton at 15, Ben Redshaw at 12, who is the captain. Josh Harbour is Sale Academy at 10, and Will Wootton at 9 is also in the England 18 squad. Finn Baker at 5 is also in the 18 squad, and Kane James, number 8, is in the Wales under 18 squad. So we're expecting a fairly decent matchup. Both these teams have acquitted themselves very, very well across the week here in Patana. And here we see the familiar blue of St Michael's College from Dublin taking to the field. And the iconic brown jerseys of Sedbergh coming onto the field as well. This should be a matchup for the ages. St Michael's have pretty much taken over the top spot in Irish schools rugby. Blackrock College is probably the more well-known and steeped in history, but in recent years St Michael's have certainly taken it to them and taken in that. So Sedbergh from Cumbria, North England, coached by Simon Mulholland, like to play an open game with plenty of attack. So kicking off from left to right are St Michael's, playing in the blue jerseys with the wind at their backs in the first half, and our referee is Rainer van Tonder. So Rainer is from Johannesburg, South Africa, and he's part of the Besmet Golden Lions Ref Society, and last season was senior ref of the year. So high lofted kick in the wind. Sedbergh eventually come up with the ball, but a small knock on there, so St Michael's will be very pleased with that. St Michael's boys will be really anxious to try and use this wind in the first half to do everything they can to build a lead. So first scrummage, Will Wootton, part of the England 18 squad, with the feed. The ball now at the feet of Kane James. Sorry, Billy O'Donoghue. But a transgression within the scrummage. Referee Van Tonder picking up on that, and Sedbergh immediately looked to move the ball. Ball away in the contact, and some fantastic hands there. Ball into the hands of Sedbergh number 11, Wilbur Blackham. And a fantastic drive in midfield there. Will Wootton digs the ball out. Ben Renshaw, the captain, carries the ball to the line. Oh, some fantastic work on the edge there. Archie Evans. And they're coming back for a penalty infringement at the midfield ruck there. Rainer van Tonder laying down the law early on. So a decent nudge there by Ben Redshaw. So Johnny Hansen with the throw, and a great take there in the middle. Some real tall timber in the middle of the Sedbergh line out. And Johnny Hansen on the ball there, driving at the back of this maul. And he breaks away, takes a few extra metres there. Will Wootton spreads the ball to Josh Harbour. Ben Redshaw, great ball out there to Tim Burton. And the wrap around from Redshaw, some good footwork. Good tip on there. Great drive there by Finn Baker. Wootton takes a few steps, Harbour. And Keita Ando. Wootton, good out of the back of the hand pass. And Josh Harbour with some in and out footwork there. Kane James, Welsh squad player, carries it forward, a pick and go there. Tight to the line by Sedbergh. All hands to the pump there for St Michael's in defence. Dive for the line there. But a penalty there for going off their feet in the contact there. Just a few metres out. So it'll be interesting to see whether they go for the line out. So Finn Baker with a headgear towards the tail of this line out, and Tommy Triggs at number 4 standing at 2. So Johnny Hansen with the throw to this line out. Finn Baker with a fantastic take there. So Hansen with this, and a good drive towards the lines, looking ominous. Good D from St Michael's. But a great drive through there, and I think it's Johnny Hansen. Johnny Hansen who comes up with a first try there for Sedbergh. So some fantastic set piece skills there from the Sedbergh boys. As that fell away from him, Hansen did exceptionally well to hold his feet there, and only had Larry Kirkham, the winger, in front of him. So pretty daunting task for the winger to deal with the front rower that far out, and a good finish by Hansen. So 5-0 to Sedbergh School. And Ben Redshaw, the captain, in the England 18 squad, taking on the mantle of the goal kicking as well. And that is a pretty good nudge, straight into the teeth of the wind, hit it straight as a die, and nails the conversion. 7-0 Sedbergh over St Michael's College. So a good start to the game for Sedbergh. So St Michael's kick to the right, and unfortunately the wind is coming off the left touch line, and picks the ball up and floats it across the touch line. So not exactly what St Michael's would have wanted. Pretty sure that coach Emmett McMahon won't be too happy about having conceded the score to immediately give the scrum feed to Will Wootton of Sedbergh on halfway. So the Sedbergh backs predominantly lined up to the left hand side, this near side, as we look at it. Be interesting to see what Kane James makes the move off. Will Wootton doubles around, takes the gap, lays the ball back inside, but it hits the floor. Harvey Johnson comes in and tidies up. And Finn Baker standing one off as the first receiver. So Will Wootton gets the ball to Harbour. Wide pass there to Charlie Turnbull, but he's knocked back in the tackle. Some sterling defence from St Michael's. A really crisp pass there from Will Wootton. Keita Ando in the red headgear drives that up. Some really decent continuity play there from Sedbergh, and eventually they come back for offside at the ruck. Referee Van Tonda. So Michael, a pretty decent start by Sedbergh. Really haven't let St Michael's play any rugby at all so far.
Yeah, they're retaining the ball very well, getting it through the hands, and under pressure they're keeping their composure, and obviously playing their patterns, and causing St Michael's some problems, both up front and in the back line, as they seem to have broken it a couple of times so far. So some things for St Michael's to concentrate on. But well done, Sedbergh.
Johnny Hansen puts the ball in, and Kane James comes in late with a good lift, but the ball drifting towards the Sedbergh side of the line out, so the referee judges it not straight. So we have a scrum feed.
First scrum.
No, this is second or third scrum, Michael. So we've had a couple of feeds for both teams. So James Sherwin, Leinster schoolboy, with the feed. Here, pretty sure that the St Michael's team will be looking to take advantage of this wind. So the ball pulled backwards, and Willem de Klerk was playing at second receiver there, and has got the ball out to the 10-metre line. So I think Sedbergh would claim the advantage there.
I understand what St Michael's are trying to do with the long passes, but I think it would help if that 10 just drifts across a bit more, allows the short pass to go to keep the ball in hand.
So Willem de Klerk, the fly half for St Michael's, is their captain. So they go long over the back, and Harry Miller, young 15-year-old, really does some good work there. St Michael's look to pull the ball out, drop the ball onto the toe here, into some space at the back, and some great play there. And some great work there by Larry Kirkham. Some really good individual skills there, and an opening try for St Michael's. So they've had little or no ball so far, and immediately get themselves. This is a fantastic finish. We missed the juggling skills there of Larry Kirkham, but nonetheless a fantastic finish there for St Michael's. So 7-5 with the kick to come. So Jules Fenelon, and the conversion is good. So the game locked up, 7 points apiece with just about 11.5 minutes on the clock here. I think St Michael's will be really pleased to have steadied the nerves and got themselves back. It was looking fairly ominous for them. Sedbergh playing some really good, fantastic continuity rugby, but giving the ball up at that line out, and St Michael's have come roaring back into this game, 7 points apiece. So Will Wootton, scrum half, will be taking this restart, and putting it relatively deep and finding the grass. And a Good carry there by Joe Elliott. So James Sherwin with the box kick exit. Fielded by Blackham. Will Wootton, the little chip and chase. And a fantastic take there. St Michael's now on the front foot. The ball been left behind there, so Sedbergh contesting it, but diving on the ball at the base of the ruck. I think if he kept his feet there, he could easily have taken that. So an opportunity for Willem de Klerk, this South African born but Irish qualified fly half for St Michael's, to drive St Michael's to about 10 metres out with a line out. So this is the first concerted pressure that St Michael's have been able to put onto Sedbergh so far in this game. So Tom Stewart, the St Michael's hooker, was an Irish under-18 last year and is qualified to play again this year, so should hopefully make that squad. Great take there from Fraser McKenna, and a good setup here by St Michael's. Sedbergh really trying to get amongst this, but St Michael's carrying the ball forward, and it's gone down naturally, but St Michael's still have possession of the ball and off their feet. Sedbergh encroach, so the ball popped into the hands of de Klerk again. So looks like they're going to get to do it all again, just 5 metres closer. So safely into touch, de Klerk. So Tom Stewart will get another opportunity. So the tall timber of Joe Elliott at 4, McKenna and Maguire in the middle of this line out, and also Billy O'Donoghue. So Tom Stewart with the throw. Fraser McKenna, good take. The ball now in the hands of Tom Stewart. He's absolutely hidden himself in here perfectly. This is a skill that is not appreciated by many, but he breaks away. He gets him out 2 yards short of the line, and the ball is laid down. But Sedbergh defence, and a good jackal there, and referee Van Tonder gives the penalty to Sedbergh. So an awesome opportunity for Sedbergh and Ben Redshaw to clear their lines, but he's missed touch, kicking onto that far touch line. So some good hands there from Ethan Black, one of the younger players in the St Michael's team. Good drive there by Joe Elliott. Good post-contact meters there, keeping his legs pumping. Sherwin. Good tackle there by Johnny Hansen. And a fantastic tackle there by Archie Ivans. And Sedbergh again come up with the defensive jackal penalty. Willem de Klerk just checking with Van Tonder as to what's going on. So it's pretty tough to kick on to that far touchline there. And there we have the first half water break, with this game locked up at 7 apiece. So these two rugby colleges steeped in history, Simon, showing us some good rugby from both sets of players here.
Yeah, look, they both quality sides have played some great rugby throughout this week, and both unlucky to lose to get to this playoff for Shield trophy.
and both those sides were unlucky to lose their semi-finals to Gray and Hamilton. So I think it shows the quality of all of these teams and just how close they are, and absolutely fantastic for these boys from around the world to get the opportunity to pit their skills against teams from around the world. Years ago, bragging rights were very much claimed around the world, but never in actual fact did the teams from South Africa, New Zealand, England and Australia and around the world get to play each other. So the World Schools Festival is a fantastic opportunity for these young men to shape their careers. So Emmett McMahon, Emmett McMahon and his director of rugby, Andy Skehan. They'll be very glad with how St Michael's have worked their way back into this game. Sedbergh again kicking to that right hand touchline, well kept in there, which gives de Klerk the opportunity. But eventually it looks like the touch judge has given it as being touch from the penalty. So a valiant effort there by St Michael's Patrick Wood to keep the ball in, but it is a Sedbergh throw deep in the 22. So Johnny Hansen again, Finn Baker rising, he's the go-to man in the Sedbergh line out there. Johnny Hansen with his hands on the ball at the back of this Sedbergh maul, but they're kind of going backwards, and so I'm sure Van Tonder now they've got the nudge on. St Michael's shedding a few people on the left hand side, and now they move to the right. Johnny Hansen still with his hands on the ball, driving forward. He's done exceptionally well here, and just short. Sedbergh recycle the ball.
What's the offside here, St Michael's?
Some changes in the Sedbergh front row. Aidan Stewart, Aidan Gresswell, and Jacob Butterill in there now, but Will Wootton digs it out. Ben Redshaw drops the ball onto his toe, but it's a knock on, so a pretty good opportunity there for Sedbergh. Goes a begging. So fantastic work by the Sedbergh forwards to keep that maul driving towards the line. And they went down about a metre short, looked after it, and then as they moved it, the ball was a little bit to the toes of Redshaw, who managed to knock it on. So James Sherwin pulls the ball out, and it's pumped very deep. I'm going to be honest. No, it's outside the 22. I don't know if you kick 22 to 22, whether you have to bounce the ball infield to make it a 50-22, or whether you can put it out on the full. I need to ask a referee for a ruling on that. So Johnny Hansen putting the ball Tom Loveday on as a replacement at the front of the line out here, and good take Will Wootton again with a really sharp, crisp pass. Ben Redshaw, some feet there. So Will Wootton again looks to move this ball away. Some good ground made, but St Michael's really putting the heat on in defence here, and a good wide ball getting to this edge, and Sedbergh trying to slip the ball in the contact there, but slightly forward. As you say, Simon, some fantastic intent. I think we can see the fingerprints of coach Simon Mulholland all over this team. And clearly he wants these guys to try what they can do. The ball slipped forward there to Wilbur Blackham. So St Michael's with the scrum feet just inside the Sedbergh half.
Good scrub by Sedbergh.
And a very good drive there by Sedbergh.
Got control from the start of that. All went down, all moved together.
So the ball in the hands of Alec Martin. Will look to try and peel off as many metres as he possibly can. In these conditions with the wind against him, he's really carved off about 10 or 15 metres there. So Johnny Hansen gets another opportunity to feed this Sedbergh set piece. And a great take there in the middle of the line out. They really have worked this well. James Hansen showed some great footwork there in the middle, and scragged down by Sam Corrigan from St Michael's in the end. Wooden to Redshaw, looks outside but carries it to the line. Now they come back, Hansen plays out the back,
that's a big
and
gap.
they've got the ball here to Josh Marlowe on this left edge. Kane James, Welsh international for Sedbergh, drives forward well. Alec Martin, some good defence there from St Michael's, but adjudged offside. So Sedbergh playing some really controlled rugby when they get their hands on the ball. Some real heat coming from the St Michael's defence, and interestingly, Ben Redshaw opts for a kick at goal. So with 5 minutes to go to half time, he's obviously wanting to try and take every advantage of the territory that they've got here. Sedbergh have certainly rung the changes with their rolling substitutions. Coming onto the field, we've got Jacob Butterall, Aidan Gresswell, Aidan Stewart. And now coming back on, tight head prop Ando in the headgear. So Redshaw, another very assured place kick there. So Redshaw with a penalty edges Sedbergh in a 10 points to 7 lead with about 4 minutes to go to half time. As we've said, if you're watching on YouTube, if you could smash the like button and also subscribe.
Nicely done.
So
Lovely kick-off.
great kick-off, hanging it on the touchline, leaving Josh Marlowe in two minds about whether it was out on the full or not. And as he tried to bring it back in, he gave up the line-out throw. So Tom Stewart, a great throw there. St Michael's recovering that ball and driving it tight. So inside the Sedbergh 22, de Klerk coming to the blind side here, gets the ball out to Larry Kirkham, the try scorer, who cuts back inside and takes it inside 5 metres. Sherwin to Stewart. So some great play, really putting Sedbergh on their heels here. And a great tackle there from Aidan Stewart and forces the knock on. But Van Tonder, the referee, brings it back for an earlier infringement. So I think we'll see Willem de Klerk push this into the corner, try and use their set piece. So de Klerk puts it onto the 5 metre line. ball into the hands of Tom Stewart. And a great take there, but the ball was transferred in the air, and then he drove into the men in front of him. So accidental obstruction, some people call it truck and trailer. So a great take in the line out there by McKenna, but too eager to offload it. So it gives the scrum feed to Sedbergh. Will Wootton, who's been pretty impressive so far in this game, showing his credentials. So a scrum penalty there for St Michael's, really putting the pressure on Sedbergh, just 5 metres out. So we currently have 291 likes on the feed. We'd really like to get ourselves to 500 before we get to the end of this game, or the end of this half actually. So please do smash the like button. So St Michael's really turning up the wick on this Sedbergh defence now, and he's reached out to score it, but just short. St Michael's really pressuring this Sedbergh line. Some great D here from Sedbergh, and they go for it again, and it's given. So try for St Michael's. So this seesaw game,
and that's a great call by St Michael's, because they could have easily taken the 3 points, opted for to go for the try, and they've rewarded it. So good for them.
So try for St Michael's. (10-12). So a fantastic quarterback sneak there from I think it is number 7, Sam Corrigan. So Sam Corrigan, the try scorer. So just before half time, St Michael's now holding a slender 2-point advantage. This could well be the last play of the game. Jules Fenelon with the kick. Couldn't be much tighter to this touchline if it tried. And that is a fantastic strike, but unfortunately it drifts wide on the wind. So that is half time, with St Michael's holding a slender 12 points to 10 lead over Sedbergh as we hit half time.
We still got a bit of time.
What's the score? 12-10?
Yes.
4?
Last try game.
So as we come back from half time in this very tight match, St Michael's 12, Sedbergh School 10. Here at half time, it's the World Schools Festival Patana Sports Resort in the beautiful kingdom of Thailand. As we've said, the next year's tournament 2023 is Tuesday the 12th to Sunday the 17th of December. There will be Cup, Open and Girls 10s tournament. So for any of those prospective schools, try and put yourself on the map and be here for this absolutely iconic tournament here in Thailand. As we've said, the World Schools Festival has already propelled a number of young men to full international honours. Evan Roos, Jaden Hendrickser and Kanan Moody have all represented the Springboks since appearing in the 2018 version of this event in Paarl. So again, you're watching this through Rugby Paarl's YouTube channel. Please subscribe and hit the like button. It really does help us with the engagement, and if you can share it, and if you're posting anything on social media, hashtag WSF 2022 with all of your posts. So as we come back from half time, the wind has picked up a little bit at the back of Sedbergh, who kick off this second half 12 points to 10 down. As we've said in the previous game though, it's the teams that score the points and not the wind, but it's certainly a great opportunity, and it looks like Will Wootton is kicking off. Good high kick, but well taken there by St Michael's, and they've secured possession of this ball. Go to their one-off runners, and James Sherwin looks to be pulling the ball back to de Klerk, who finds the grass in the middle of the field. So Sedbergh field this, and they look to play open rugby. Oh! And Jules Fenelon read that perfectly, but just juggled shy of his hands as he tried to pick it up. So Alec Martin secured that. So Kane James drives it hard into contact. This young Welshman, Alec Martin, spreads the ball. And they go to the wide channels where they've got some big fellas out there looking after it. Another sharp pass from Wootton. Josh Harbour gets the ball to Redpath, the skipper.
Pressure.
And, big pressure, but a knock on in the tackle there. Great pressure there and follow through by James Sherwin. So this game very, very competitive.
St Michael's really coming off the line quickly and stopping Sedberg getting across the game line. And they've got to find an answer if they're going to break out of this their half.
Ben Howard on at loose head for St Michael's. And on the open side here, Sam Corrigan, who scored that try just before half time to take the lead. So also on Rian Coogan at tight head, and Irish international hooker Tom Stewart still in the middle of that scrummage. Billy O'Donoghue at 8. But it's a feed to Sedbergh. It will be interesting to see what tactics. So Kane James to Will Wotton, who dropped into the pocket, and he has put in a monster kick to the rear left corner. And it's a good clearance back to halfway. That's a great exit for St Michael's.
Saved his forwards a walk.
So a good set play from the base of that scrummage. Kane James and Will Wotton dropping back into the pocket for the long kick to grass, but a really good return from St Michael's there. So Aidan Stewart with the throw down to Wotton. Alec Martin. That's a fantastic run in midfield there.
It's too far
from Charlie Turnbull.
Great kick.
And a fantastic kick there, which will and should be a 50-22.
Thought he'd gone too far because a lot of the times the guys have been kicking him around that part, thinking they'd nudge it in. It goes over the dead ball line. But beautiful skill there,
So Sedbergh early in this half putting together some pressure. Now have a line out, about 6 metres out from the line. Aidan Stewart with the throw. Oh, that's a big lift in the middle, but a sack immediately. I think the referees had judged it as playing the man in the air, taking his legs out. So it's a penalty in 15. Or I guess they could take the line out, but they're gonna kick it to touch. So they do. They opt to just the new law where if you have a line out infringement that goes to penalty, you can go straight back for the line out without having to kick it. So Finn Baker, Kane James still the men to go to, and Finn Baker rises at the front of this line out, and they've got the ball to the back of this ball. Aidan Stewart with the ball under his arm. He should keep that hidden from St Michael's as everything shears off. Really good defence from St Michael's there. Again, another good tackle there. And another penalty for hands on the floor. Will Wotton goes early, but runs straight into the defence of St Michael's, but gets them to about a yard or two outside. Sedbergh pounding the St Michael's line. The St Michael's defence is good, but again another infringement there. Be interesting to see how long referee Van Tonder puts up with these goal line infringements from St Michael's, but really showing. So Will Wotton making sure that the referee knew what was going on there. Good old kidology from the scrum half. So interestingly, we've not seen too many kicks at goal from anybody in this tournament so far, Simon, and Captain Ben Redpath backs himself just a few metres out, just to the right of the uprights.
Look, I think this is a wise decision because, you know, they've still got 5-10 minutes left in this session, and then they got the final session. It's heat sapping energy out of there, and they can just keep the scoreboard ticking over, put them one up, keeps the pressure on St Michael's.
I saw
Playing into the wind.
I saw some of the Sedbergh coaching staff at breakfast this morning, and they were remarking on the temperature difference between Cumbria and Patana. And Redshaw, in this seesaw game, regains the lead. So 13-12 to Sedbergh, with Captain Redshaw wresting the lead with another successful penalty goal. And a crucial thing that Sedbergh scored first, so should there be any draw at the end of this game, Sedbergh would take the win. So Willem de Klerk kicks to the right. The ball holds up in the wind. That was well judged in the end by Aidan Stewart. Would have been easy to have not moved his feet and reach with his hands, but he did well there. So Wooden pushes the ball back to Alec Martin. He hits a low one on the ground. Willem de Klerk is back here and makes a run, beats the first tackler, almost gets past the second. Really good clean out there by St Michael's. Sam Corrigan carries the ball into contact there. Sherwin. And real pressure coming on from Sedbergh here.
Going backwards.
So St Michael's, Ben Howard.
He's over. He's got
Lucid prop carrying it into contact.
great jackling.
Sedbergh
number 7.
get the jackal, holding on. So some really good work there.
I wouldn't be surprised they have a pop at goal from here.
So Jacob Buttrell winning that. So Alec Martin has the ball in hand, and there's a little bit of a discussion. I would imagine if they've got any sense, they'll kick it to the right-hand touchline, but he's opting for the left. As we said, the wind coming off there, but that's a very, very good kick in this wind. Takes play down to about 7 metres from St Michael's line here. Still 22 minutes to play in this heat down here in Patana.
Imagine Sedbergh will catch and drive from here.
So 32 degrees, so Finn Baker rises. He's been imperious in this line out so far. He's been the go-to. But although the ball went down, he's given it as accidental obstruction. So 32 degrees here currently, 55% humidity, so gives a heat index number of 35 degrees, which if you are tucked up in England or Ireland watching this game, I'm pretty sure that it won't be quite as warm for you. So again, as a reminder, if you can hit the like button and subscribe to the Rugby Pass YouTube channel, that would be good. So James Sherwin digs the ball out. A good hard carry there. So Sherwin pops it up to his big fellas there, one off. Good carry there from Ben Howard. Now comes back to de Klerk, who pushes it.
Great kick. That's a very good kick against the wind.
Yeah, fantastic.
What's that,
kick.
about 30-40 metres?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
So an absolute raft of changes for Sedbergh. Probably about 7 or 8 changes. Now looks like they're rolling back to some of their initial starters. Finn White there at the tail of this line out. Kane James, Charlie Turnbull, another good throw there, but the ball's bobbled down and off the top. But a judge to have interfered in the air. So Will Wooten has been the heartbeat of this Sedbergh attack, And as you predicted just a few moments ago, Redshaw opts to take this, probably the optimum place on the paddock to take a long kick, because the wind is following. It's coming off that left touchline, and he's on the 15 metres, so
10 knot wind, I'd say. Get the palm trees.
you sound like a sailor there with a 10 knot wind.
There's a really good thing by the palm trees. If they're starting to bend over the horizontal, you're looking at 10 knots plus.
10 knot wind, so I've got to say it's blowing our papers all over the place here in the commentary box. So Redpath lines up this kick, couple of steps,
Oh God, he's got some distance on that, and he's successful.
He's successful.
Great kick. Great
So
kick.
we've got to say that is very much a captain's knock so far from Redshaw. He's extending their lead to 16 points to 12. Sedbergh over St Michael's College from Dublin.
Nice hanging ball from the kick-off. And they've managed to retain it. Well played, St Michael's.
So fantastic work
Oh,
from St
game
Michael's, really getting their hands through the contact there. Tom Stewart in this wide channel steps inside and looks for the big fellas to help him out. Sherwin digs it out. They play out the back to De Klerk, and then to Andy Cosgrave. Great offload. Fraser McKenna in the wide channel there. Good to see the big fellas popping up. And then
Sedbergh's
Ben
very
Howard
narrow.
with another carry. And Sedbergh looked to have isolated this
they've
and
done
got in on the contact there. Aidan Stewart and Aidan Gresswell. Oh no, sorry. Charlie Turnbull, some great work there. Some really measured defence from the Sedbergh boys there. And the ball is kept in field there, and it's bouncing, and Willem de Klerk gets his hands on it. In field
Very
to
flat
Andy
path.
Cosgrave, goes to the toe. And a great bit of work there. And now number 20, Alec Martin. Looks at that. So Archie Callahan drags that ball away there. Will Wootton has recycled. So Sedbergh playing some really controlled rugby here. I think the game management has been absolutely fantastic. They put the ball on the toe there, and Andy Cosgrave tries a banana kick, but the referee brings us back for an earlier infringement there. So ball in the hands of Ben Redshaw. So we're just about halfway through this second half, and it looks like the referee has called for the water break. So a slender 4-point advantage for Sedbergh over St Michael's. But it's got to be said, the game management from Sedbergh has been absolutely fantastic, Simon.
Yeah, look, I mean they've worked with the wind. They've kept great ball retention in the breakdown, and their set piece is paying them dividends, particularly in the lineouts. And their number 10, De Klerk, is it? Yeah.
De Klerk is St Michael's.
Sorry.
But Josh Harbour is the
Harbour,
number
beg
10.
pardon. He's been really dictating where the ball's going to go. And congratulations to them. And again, game management on that penalty. It means St Michael's can't just sort of rely on a penalty to get them back in. They've really got to score in this next session to take control of the game.
So Simon Mulholland there in the middle of the Sedbergh huddle, the Kiwi from Christchurch. As I said, we can see his fingerprints all over this. They're playing open running rugby when they can, but also some fairly pragmatic control of this game as well. Will Wootton has been at the centre of that with Alec Martin and James Harbour. Finn Baker and Tommy Triggs have been absolutely Colossus in the line out, and some of the Sedbergh fans there look like they're probably parents sporting the white trilby there. So we're coming back with about 15 minutes to run in game 3 here in the World Schools Festival, and Ben Redpath is backing himself for what would be about a 53-metre kick at goal, which is a bold attempt. There is absolutely no question that this man has taken the captain's armband with some fervour, and he only comes off a couple of steps here. I know there's a
Again,
really
it's good game management, because
really
if he misses, he's going
stiff
to...
breeze. He's certainly got the distance.
Wow!
And that is a fantastic kick. That was pretty much still going up as it crossed the
bar.
went over the crossbar. Yeah, I'm really impressed with the way Redshaw has taken this on. So a 19-12 lead, and it's left a pretty ominous thing for St Michael's to have to follow up, and they immediately put the ball out on the full. So 19-12, and Redshaw.
And look,
is,
even if he hadn't got that cookie, that would have meant a dropout, and the ball goes back to Sedbergh. So it's great game management on Sedbergh's part.
Yeah, fourth penalty, 5th kick, and yeah, fantastic work. So James picks the ball up, swings it to Will Wootton, who grubbers the ball through end over end
Off St Michael's.
So that was all came from the kick-off transgression by St Michael's. Sedbergh took the scrummage, and it's intelligent play by Will Wootton. As you say, off St Michael's, so it is a throw for Sedbergh. The ball in the hands of Will Wootton. Josh Harbour carries it to the line. Some good cleaning out work there in the midfield.
Oh, nice
Redpath,
pass, nice.
long pass out to the left edge of Sedbergh. And again, some great play there. Tidying up that ball, taking responsibility for it. So Wootton, good tip on there to Kane James. A really solid carry there. Oh, Wootton. That's what I call a Will Genia or a George Gregan. Fantastic play by this young 9.
St Michael's player down.
Josh Harbour drops the ball back into Charlie Turnbull. He's
Two
really
St.
taken
Michael
some
players
metres out here. Will Wootton again with some trickery to Jacob Butterill. So Wootton, he's absolutely creating havoc here. Ball popped up to Aidan Stewart. And now as they spin the ball wide, Finn White. This could be the hammer blow for Sedbergh if they can get something out of this. Wootton to Harbour, drops it onto the toe, pushed into touch in goal. So again, some really fantastic game management play, just putting the ball in behind. And we've actually got a stoppage here. We've got a couple of St Michael's players down injured in back play here.
I think it's the Sedbergh number 1 coming off as well.
So some real fantastic play there from Sedbergh number 9, Will Wootton. He had about 5 or 6 carries in that latest phase of play. 3 or 4 out the back of the hand, and things that Gregan and Genia would have been proud of.
Look, St Michael's aren't protecting the ABC channel either side of the breakdown, and this is what Sedbergh's exploiting at the moment.
So couple of the St Michael's players coming off. Unfortunately, their captain, Jim White, was injured earlier in the week and unable to take any part today. And there's a big hand for one of the St Michael's players coming off on the touchline.
Like an HIA.
And we've actually still got another one of the St Michael's players down in back play. The medics and mechanics are also looks like a lower leg injury, this one. So we're being carried or help from the field. So when we come back to this, we will have a line out 5 metres out from the St Michael's goal line. Sedbergh with just under 10 minutes holding a 19-12 lead. So wherever you're watching this game from, if you could subscribe to the YouTube channel, would be fantastic. Finn Baker rising again, but a great defensive drive from St Michael's.
Great response. Just what they needed.
And a rather technical offence that I saw blown just 2 weeks ago. If you pass the ball back over the top of a player in a maul line out like that, it's considered obstruction. You must pass the ball back through every set of pair of hands of the players bound in. So Rainer van Tonder showing us his knowledge of the laws of the game. So an opportunity now for Chris O'Connor to feed the St Michael's scrummage. They're deep in their own half. And another scrum penalty for Sedbergh, really turning the screw here on St Michael's.
I imagine he's going to go for post again.
And
Yep,
he's going for goal again. This is most definitely cup final rugby. There is no tomorrow. No need for bonus points or fancy scores.
Put it beyond, I think.
And I think, to be honest, this is Sedbergh showing a high degree of respect for the St Michael's defence, which has been absolutely fantastic throughout this game. Only so far leaking one try that was scored early on by Johnny Hansen. Since then we've had a couple of tries from St Michael's, but this man with the boot has been absolutely fantastic. He has been literally metronomic, and particularly in this second half. That is his 4th penalty of this half, and takes the lead now out to beyond 7 points, so 22 points to 12.
Big hit.
So Sedbergh have a pod infield that drives this up. Will Wootton at the base of this looks like he's potentially shaping up for a kick of his own, and he's got his runners. And Dave Lucy at the back there brings the ball back across to de Klerk, who puts it on the toe and is looking for the chip and chase. But great work there from Archie Callaghan of Sedbergh. And Josh Harbour, raking kick, fielded by David Lucy. He's looking to bring the ball back. St Michael's have got to run from deep here. Good footwork there from Mark Caniff.
Oh, intercepted.
Oh, and a great interception there.
That's game.
Wilbur Blackham, and I would say that is the knife through the heart for St Michael's. Another try there for, well, a second try for Sedbergh that takes the score to 27-12 with the kick to come from under the posts, or virtually under the posts. They really had to give it everything, and the ball was floated out, and Blackham read that all the way, and he's got the speed of foot, this young man, and didn't look back. David Lucy despairing, but it's now 27 points to 12 with Redshaw to take the conversion. Already got 17 points in this game. But sadly, no perfect finish to the game for Redshaw. We've got about 3.5 minutes to go, with Sedbergh holding a 27 to 12 lead over St Michael's College, Dublin. High and hanging in the wind, and slightly into the sun, and a mistake there, and a little bit of afters on the floor there. So, as we've said throughout this game, passion's running high, which is very good to see. So, great opportunity here for Chris O'Connor to feed this St Michael's scrum, which may well be looking for what might only be a consolation score. And they're more than 2 clear scores behind. But let's see what they can do here. The ball to de Klerk, takes the ball to the line, drops it inside to Lucy. O'Connor swings this ball, gets it into the hands of Ryan Coogan. O'Connor gets it to O'Donoghue. And Sedbergh coming offside in defence there. So de Klerk looks like he's going to try and push this to the corner.
They want to go out on a high, don't they? Good for them.
Is one of them going to be able to help with the next game? So a good kick there from de Klerk. So St Michael's have really been deprived of too much possession so far this half. Tom Stewart, their international under-18s hooker, with the feed to this line out. And a great take in the middle there, and a good setup. Need to get the ball back into the hands of Tom Stewart here. And he's got himself hidden away. Some of the Sedbergh boys peeling off. And this could well be, well, Sedbergh boys doing well not to give anything away here. But it looks like a try there for, well, it's given us a penalty try. Penalty try, and there could well be a yellow card to come from this. Reaching into his hands for the piece of cheese. And sure enough, Sedbergh will finish the game with only 14 men. So 27-19. If they could get themselves a quick score, who knows what is possible. They are 8 points behind. So Will Wootton gets the ball back into play. It's last chance saloon, I think, for St Michael's, but a fantastic jackal over the ball there by Sedbergh, and given the pragmatic way that they have played so far, it wouldn't surprise me if they kick to touch or Redshaw goes for goal again. Tap and kick, and that is full time. And a very assured win, 27 points to 19. Sedbergh School over St Michael's College from Dublin. but that was a fantastic display of rugby from both sides, full of enterprise and initiative, and in no way do St Michael's go home from this game with anything but credit. But a really, really pragmatic game managed win for Sedbergh, Simon.
Yeah, look, and that was, I think, really down to the game management in the second half, and obviously their captain taking command of the points and keeping the scoreboard ticking over.
Yeah.
And, but well played St Michael's. Some great defence, some lovely skill shown in both halves with that beautiful try by their winger, number 14, individual skills. And however, Sedbergh are I know it says Cup Open, that was the first game, and in fact it's the Shield Trophy winners.
Yeah.
So congratulations to Sedbergh.
Absolutely, and you could see the joy on the Sedbergh players when the final whistle went. Some fantastic performances to the fore there. Will Wotton, the halfback, was a live wire all day. Finn Baker rising in the line out, and Kane James at number 8, and Ben Redshaw 17 of his team's points. So fantastic win, and let's hope that Sedbergh and St Michael's both have good trips home back to Northumbria and Dublin. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen from around the world, we now have the third, fourth place playoff in the World Schools Festival. It's a Northern Hemisphere affair with Cardiff and Vale College from Wales playing Millfield School in England. So Millfield School with some interesting players. We've got two young halfbacks in Osh Caitlin and Owen Erasmus. The captain is number 8, Jack Lee, and Ioan Emmanuel is a Wales under-18 squad, and George Timmins, who's likely to come into the game in the second half at number 8, is an England under-18 and is known very much as the enforcer. The coaching team from Millfield is headed by former Bath and England player John Mallett, and he's also an alumni of the Millfield School, and is ably assisted by another Millfield alumni, Freddie Gabatas. So they've very much got a steeped in history, Sir Gareth Edwards probably being the most famous former alumni, and right now Jamie Joseph or Jonathan Joseph, Mako Vunipola, and people like Chris Robshaw are very much part of it. The Cardiff and Vale side is it's a team that was formerly Barry College and College Glenhuffin. They combined in 2011 and offer vocational and academic studies. And all the players, none of them are here on sports scholarships and have to be up to speed with their academic studies in order to make the sports colleges. So they offer vocational training, so plasterers, electricians, plumbers, programmers, you name it, as well as pure academic courses. Their coach is Martin Fowler, and their headquarters is in Butetown, in the centre of Cardiff, in Dumbles Road, and they've got an esteemed water boy. He's the current assistant principal of the college, Kevin Robson. So if you guys are tuning in from South Wales, hopefully you can. We've got over a couple of thousand people on the stream now, and we need about another 50 more likes in order to get to 500 likes on the stream. So that would be very, very much appreciated if we could get there. If you're posting anything on social media, so Millfield taking the field, led on by Jack Lee, their captain. There are a lot of Millfield parents here in the crowd, just in front of me. And I can now hear the Cardiff and Vale College making their way to the field. Saul Hurley is captain and hooker. And both these teams could consider themselves very unlucky in the semi-finals of this competition. Cardiff and Vale narrowly going down to Grey College, and Millfield School ran Hamilton Boys High very, very close. So I'm now joined by Vessel du Plessis. Welcome, sir. Yeah, you're on. I'm Cookie, by the way.
Hi, Cookie.
Fantastic.
This is
Vessel, yeah. So you're the current Bulls under-20 coach, I understand?
Yeah, Cookie, thank you. What a privilege to be here at the World Schools Festival. Having a nice venue, Patana. I think we get up for some good schoolboy rugby, top teams all over the world. Yeah, I'm involved at the Bulls under-20, head of junior structures, doing recruitment and also coaching. But it's a privilege to be here.
Yeah, fantastic. I'm much the same. On Thursday afternoon, I was still in England, or not in England, sorry, in Hong Kong, and only jumped on the plane. So Tom Howlett gets the game underway into the 22 for Cardiff, and immediately showing their intent to use the wind to their advantage. So you've probably seen these boys play so far this week. What are you expecting from the games, Vessels?
Yeah, I think if we speak about the two teams now, Millfield has got a good defensive structure. I think they've been awesome the first 2 days. They had a few line breaks against Hamilton where they slipped a few tackles, but awesomely over the whole week in the tournament, they were consistently very good in defence, and they were very hard to beat. And I think Wales has got the stronger pack. I think the Cardiff team has a good maul going, and they're also very well playing front 50 rugby. That means not playing rugby in their own half, and against this wind this is quite difficult. So if you're with the wind, rightly so, you must use it.
Absolutely. So Harry Bonetti throwing into this line out. Good take, and off the top there, immediately down to Jaden Lyons. Good hard carry in the midfield there, but some good counter rucking coming in from Cardiff and Vale, but they slipped the ball away. But they really have put them under pressure there. So as you mentioned, that the Cardiff team have got a good strong pack. Five of their starters are in the Wales under-18 training squad. So it's a pretty good place to be.
Yeah, I think if you get some of that experience at national level, it will surely help your school team. So if they can get their back in the front foot by running off 9, getting some good meters going there, maybe put their backline players into space. I think their left winger is quite good when he gets into space. And if they can drive the kicking game and keep the ball in front of their forwards, they'll be dangerous.
So here we go. Bonetti with the throw, but it's one at the tail there. Really good tap down. Owen Hill makes a little snipe there as half back. Always good to see the Loosehead prop step in for half-back duties. So big raking kick down the field, but putting the ball onto the grass in the backfield. And following up his kick there, Matt Rickard. And juggling along the floor there. So Millfield take this ball. Number 20, Jaden Lyons, showing some fleet of foot there in the midfield. And Millfield really showing some intent to play with the ball here. Bring the ball out to this edge. So Jaden Lyons swings it infield. Oh, fantastic defence from Cardiff and Vale there. But going off their feet. Or playing to the outside there. Will Stubbings ghosted through the gap, but a small knock on there. I think Millfield are going to need to look after the ball, because I think Cardiff have already shown their intent. They're going to play a territory game and use this wind, Vessels.
Yeah, I think the big thing is playing against this wind in these conditions, because it's an open stadium. The wind just blows through. The biggest thing would be to hold on to the ball when you get in their half. Try and get front 50 and hold on to the ball, because as soon as you concede it, they'll just kick you back. But breakdown has been tough. I think all the schools still struggling with staying on their feet at breakdown and not trying that 50-50 pass.
So this will be interesting to see these two forward packs going at each other here.
Yeah, I think Cardiff Vale that did very well in their scrums the first two games, especially against Grey College. They got a lot of penalties by applying a lot of pressure on the tight head side and even the loose head side. So let's see what they do against Millfield today in scrums set up.
On this loose head side for Millfield, we've got Johan Emanuel. He's also in the Wales under 18 squad, and it looks like something's gone down on the tight head side of the Millfield scrummage, and the ball was tapped quickly, and I'm not quite sure whether the referee was letting that play on, but certainly it's a penalty.
Yeah, I think they took the quick tap, and they're just penalising for not being 10 metres back.
So the touch judge has come in off that far line. Arif Zek from Malaysia is helping out the South African referee. So Desmond is going to have a word with the Cardiff and Vale skipper, Saul Hurley, who looks to be a pretty powerful young man. So Tom Howlett looks like he's going to kick to touch, and it's pretty tough to take metres on that far touchline, Vessels, with that wind coming in.
Yeah, I don't think it's all the players' kicking ability. I think the conditions is just so tough. As soon as you kick it too high, the wind just takes it back. So a low kick would probably be better, but if you get the penalty kick, you want to find touch, obviously.
Yeah. So Harry Bonetti puts that in, and George Timmins has made an early entry into that. He's in the England 18 squad. Rises and takes that, and they look to smuggle this ball backwards. And number 4 there, Adeboye, getting involved, but a good drive back there from Cardiff and Vale, but adjudged to have come in from the side. So a good net win for Millfield there, inching their way down this touchline. So Jaden Lyons takes the kick. Every metre and every inch, this part of the field is crucial.
Yeah, let's see if they can set up that maul again, Millfield. They did well to shear off there and stay in the same maul and try and convert it into pressure.
So Bonetti to Timmins again, and Bem Adeboye, he peels out of this and athletically springs back to his feet. Lions, they play on the front line here. Cardiff and Vale have got them wrapped up here but they managed to get the ball to the floor. Jaden Lyons goes back to the blind side here. Some pretty full-on line speed from Cardiff and Vale, and they get the turnover. So some pretty consistent defence from Cardiff and Vale there. So big opportunity for them to clear their lines here.
Yeah, that's a good kick. Good kick.
Very good.
We're using the wind all the way up past the halfway line. I think the big thing here is that Cardiff and Vale needs to use this wind, and when they get into Millfield's half, they need to use the opportunities, because Millfield is just keeping them out. The next half they'll be with the wind at their backs, but we've only had 8 minutes.
Absolutely. It's I'm guessing Millfield will be feeling every minute that ticks by that they can keep the 0 on Cardiff and Vale is a big win for them. So Saul Hurley with that throw, and that's a good throw in this wind, but evades everybody. And a really good ball, one on the ground there by Millfield. So carrying it back into heavy traffic there. Jaden Lyons busy at half back here. Millfield looking to get involved. Looks like a real big tactic of Cardiff and Vale to try and choke Millfield up and go for the maul. Tom Howlett there. So some good D from Cardiff and Vale. Good to see Ollie Davis using some good footwork there, but Cardiff and Vale really pushing hard up on the outside and forcing Millfield back to the inside all the time. So Josh Levenstein with some good footwork there. The ball bobbles forward, and then Cardiff and Vale go to the toe. Be interesting, just out on the full, but it'll be interesting to see whether the referee judges it advantage over. And he doesn't, so he comes back for the scrummage there.
Yeah, I think the kick was immediately taken after the turnover, and that's why he judged the advantage not over. But I must say that it was a good carry from the 13. Millfield are doing well to play in Cardiff and Vale's half.
Without a doubt, I think Cardiff are really bringing some heat in the defensive line, and I think if Millfield are going to get it wide, they're either going to have to punch somebody through a flat gap or just play out the back. There's pretty suffocating defence from Cardiff and Vale. So 10 minutes in, and 0-0 in this third, fourth place playoff game. Good scrummage by Cardiff. The feet of their number 8, Lucas De La Rua. It long, but it looks like it's probably out on the full. So this wind is, whilst it's absolutely fantastic to have it back at your back vessels, the ball can easily float long.
Yeah, I think if you kick it too high, as earlier mentioned, the wind just picks it up and blows it all the way when you're kicking with the wind. If you're kicking against the wind, it just comes back to your side. But I think he's a good striker of the ball. Reece
Mottram just overdoing it. It literally was just inches from being perfect. So slight overthrow there, but Millfield come away with the ball. Will Stubbings doubling round there. Jaden Lyons having a little snipe to the blind here, but getting tripped up. Matt Hall, and they juggle this ball in behind, and Scott Del Novo, another Wales under-18 squad player, judges that perfectly, puts the ball just inside the Millfield half. Good defence there from Cardiff and Vale again.
Yeah, Cookie, I think it's been tough at line-out time. A lot of overthrows going over. If the guys maybe go more simple line-outs and get a bit of a bailout system going, like throwing to the front prop or just standing.
That's right. In the previous game, Sedborough went to their tall timber at the front of the line out more times than not, and it will pay dividends for them. So Jayden Lyons coming away with this ball. Good hard carry there by Millfield number 8. Jack Lee, the captain. Josh Levenstein carries it into contact. Lyons clears the ball. Ooh. And considered a deliberate knock on there. Jayden Lyons goes quickly and some good footwork there.
Oh, it's on you.
Slips the first tackle there. Matt Hall on that side, but it's given as a forward pass. Be real tough to pass forward into that wind, Vessels.
Yeah, we're sitting on the angle. Maybe, I don't know, they got it wrong there, but surely at least they're trying to take the ball wide Millfield. I think because of Carter Vale having a good defensive system, trying to open them up a bit, getting the spacing between the defenders of Carter Vale a bit bigger to try and play through them. I think that would be the suggestion which they are looking at, Millfield.
And obviously Millfield don't really have the opportunity to put the ball on the toe. They're keeping it in hand and trying to run it back against the wind. So good scrummage there from Cardiff and Vale. Getting the ball into the hands of Elijah Evans. Good tackle there on Scott Del Novo, but a great snipe there from Owen Hill. Just keeping this pillar and post honest from Millfield. So Owen Hill is taken there and he's going to go back for a penalty infringement. So one would imagine that Cardiff will look to push this into the corner.
Yeah, just on conceded pressure there. They made a high tackle, and we're looking at goal kick here. Is it Cardiff Vale going for goal?
They are. So Rhys Mottram points to the polls, as you men in South Africa would say. They've obviously watched what Sedbergh did in the previous game. And to be honest, it was a winning tactic. The captain, Ben Redshaw, stepped up with 17 points from the boot. Really quite a fantastic display of goal kicking, because it's not easy to kick with the wind in this.
Yeah, we got to mention that the poles are not that high, so I think the TJ's got their work cut out to see if it's over or not. But the kick is about a 50 to 60 meter kick almost, because it's going towards the touch. It's about 10 meters from the side and 5 meters from the halfway line, so that's easily a 50 meter kick. But with this wind behind him, he should surely be able to reach his distance.
So Mottram into this ball. He's certainly got the distance. And the wind just carrying it to the right. So we've reached the first water break here, 15 minutes in, and this game is really nip and tuck. I think some good play from both sides. Maybe Cardiff and Vale not keeping the ball in their hands quite enough and trying to get the wind to score the points rather than the play.
Yeah, I gotta say, Cookie, I think Millfield's got two guys in the backfield all the time, so they don't find open kick space, and that's the difficult part. Maybe, as you mentioned, Cardiff and Vale should keep the ball in hand, play about 2 to 3 phases, get Millfield out of their defensive structure, and maybe get some of those two guys in the backfield to come up, and as soon as they leave their backfield open, then kick it. So you can't just go with one method of kicking. You need to be able to play a bit and get them out of structure.
So John Mallett there, former Bath and England prop, giving his young charges some instructions there. Alex Deering, number 5, standing next to him, and they've played probably the more composed rugby with the ball in hand so far in this game. But Cardiff and Vale certainly bringing some heat to the defence, because they've been all hands to the pump a couple of times, with Millfield getting to the edge and almost getting away, but some real good defence.
Yeah, I think both teams got something to prove, playing for third and fourth. Unlucky. I think that Cardiff and Vale can probably feel that they're hard done by, because they lost in the last minutes against Grey College in the semi-finals. And the same with Millfield, you know. I know they played Hamilton's, but they felt like they had a chance, and as I watched the game and it progressed, they had some good moments. So both of them would want to show that they're a real deal in schoolboy rugby and get that third spot.
Yeah, I mean, I think without a doubt, you know, the bragging rights are going to go to the cup winner, but they can't brag too hard, which makes it a fantastic thing. So big long kick there, and just stays in the field of play there. And Millfield, that's a pragmatic kick, getting the ball down here to Dylan Lewis, who's looking to drive it hard, carries it straight into contact and makes some good meters post contact there. Owen Hill to his front row, Cameron Tyler Scott, or Grocock there. Del Novo with a good tip-on pass there. Owen Hill trying to exploit that blind side, draws everybody in, gets the ball into the hands of Flynn Baker. Some good one-off meters, mate. They now look to spread it wide. Millfield are there. Good smother tackle there on Del Novo, but he stayed strong in the contact. Mottram playing deep in the pocket there. Ball into the hands of Flynn Baker. A good drive by Lucas De La Rua. Good drive there by Owen James. Mottram playing to the big guys again. Hill to De La Rua, but they've slipped the ball, but the referee has deemed them offside. So this is about 15 metres. It'll be interesting to see whether they go for poles on this one, or whether they look to kick to the corner.
Yeah, this is an easier kick. Yeah, I think they'll go post, and they've just indicated that they're kicking for goal. Interesting was, Cookie, that Owen Hill and Reese Mottram, they'll fly off. It looked like they set up for a drop goal there at some time. That could be a strategy to take.
You've got to be a place kicking and drop goal specialist if you're a number 10 in Wales, that's for sure. All the way back to Barry John, Phil Bennett, Jonathan Davies, Dan Bigger, you name it. They have a factory for outside halves somewhere in South Wales, it's undoubted. So Reese Mottram, the young man, will want to put himself so it takes absolutely no time about letting that one fall off the tee. So an opening score for Cardiff and Vale, a 3-0 lead. So Reese Mottram with that opening kick looked pretty assured taking that.
Yeah, it just shows us the difficult conditions they're playing at with this wind. So it's 21 minutes past, and it's only points on the board.
Oh, that's a high hanging kick there. Well fielded, and immediately pumps it long. As you say, players in the backfield for Millfield, and they're looking to run out. So again, looking to get to this edge, steps in, gets the ball into the hands of Matt Hall. But it looks like he's isolated there on the ground. So great show and go, and an offload there to the big man. Harry Beasley takes the ball down to about 6 metres away. They've got numbers to burn. Oh, Millfield made a fantastic line break there, Vessels. but just got a little bit carried away there.
Yeah, Cookie just got isolated, the loose head prop, but that's good pictures that we're seeing, that they're trying to play through Cardiff defence. I think they've took them wide and they've opened a bit of spacing in between the defenders, and now the short passes on and just trying to play through them in these difficult conditions, because as soon as you throw a long pass, the defence gets time to shift on that pass, and maybe the shorter pass is the better option for today.
It was some good D there. Fullback Scott Del Novo tackling back there. Always good to see desperation in defence. So pretty unstable there, and the referee are judging that Millfield didn't engage and were a bit soft on the hit there. So a free kick to Cardiff and Vale. So one imagines that they'll try and take the yardage with about 7.5 minutes to go. A 3-point lead, Cardiff and Vale, but I'm pretty sure that they'll probably be feeling it's not a good enough return with this wind in this half.
Yeah, surely you want to be 2 tries up, or at least 10 points up, and when you have a wind behind your back like this in these conditions. But I must say I'm impressed by the 2 props, tight head and the loose head from Vale. Cameron is doing very well on the loose head side, and as well James, he always gets the bind, and which is good. He always makes a bit of fun of it afterwards if he wins the scrum.
So Harry Bonetti, another long one, and it floats on the wind. That's a really good take of the crumbs there by Jaden Lyons, but he gets isolated on the floor. He did really well to try and win that one back.
I think the big thing that Milford's been doing well, even on their own ball and opposition ball line-out time, they try and win the scrap battle. They dive on the ball on the ground and they just regain it. Unlucky for conceding the penalty, so they'll be back in their half again. Let's see if Cardiff can convert on it.
Going for poles again. Reece Mottram with a fairly sizable pair of thighs there to put behind this ball. So looks like the referee's consulting the AR here, so might well have seen something. That'd be interesting to see. Looks like he's still sticking with the penalty decision, and Mottram is opting to kick to the corner, and he's flirted with the corner flag there, but he's done very, very well. It's about 7-8 metres out, so one would have to say with about 5 minutes to go to half time, this is the pressure moment in this half when Cardiff will want to execute.
Yeah, Cookie, the big thing would be to see if Cardiff Vale takes the front ball and get a good line out to set up their strong maul.
So the ball bobbles loose, and Millfield have the advantage. Well tidied up there by Ollie Davies, but they'll be coming back for the scrummage. I'm guessing if you just go front ball, you make it a little bit tougher for yourself, and it's perhaps easier to defend. But in this wind, going beyond the front ball makes it tough. I think a well executed, good sharp lift at 2 is the way to go.
Yeah, I don't see Millfield contest that line out, so even a front middle ball would have been working as well. But yeah, if you get that ball at the back of the line out, it's surely difficult to stop when you want a maul.
Scrummage from Cardiff again. Jack Lee, good drive there from the captain of Millfield. Jaden Lyons digs that ball out, and some really good meters taken after the first contact there, kept those legs pumping. It looks like Jaden Lyons is going to pump this ball high. So again, yeah, good drive by Hayden Ebsworth, and a good clearance there by
yeah, I must say, Cookie, Hayden Ebsworth, he also impressed me in the previous games. Strong lock forward, carrying the ball, having a good work rate off the ball as well. Let's see if he can make a real difference in this game.
So some changes being made. Oh. So the referee, I think, saying maybe they've closed the gap there. Some technical infringement because it's a short arm penalty.
I think they were in and out the line out, and that's why he called them 2 9s, yeah.
There we go. So it looks like they're going to tap and go here. So Owen Hill with the ball, giving it to the big fellas. Saul Hurley, the captain. Good hit there from Millfield. Good drive there from Grocock. Del Novo spreads the ball wide to Flynn Baker. Did well to stay on his feet with that hit. Luke Capel. So back into their own half. But Mottram knows that they're playing under advantage, so puts the speculator in, but they come back. And this will be interesting because that's the position of the field where Ben Redshaw had a couple of goes for Sedbergh. It's kind of a real following wind, and yeah, looks like he's opting for poles.
Yeah, Cookie, probably a wise decision. He's got a good strike on the ball, and they're just not getting that line out route with this wind. So 3 points is better than nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. Any line out is very much a lottery here today, and scrummages, while I think Cardiff and Vale do seem to have the upper hand in the scrummage, again, that can be a lottery, and you can easily suddenly give a scrum penalty away. Whatever happens here, they're going to pin. They're either going to get the points, or they'll have Millfield pinned back at least to their 22. So they either take a 6-point lead into half time, or they're probably going to get the ball back inside the Millfield half with seconds to play. Good strike, and it was a lazy kind of rolling kick there, but straight between the uprights. He certainly didn't overhit that one. He took it nicely. So as we head into seconds before half time, a 6-0 lead that they take, and Millfield will have time to restart. It's high and hanging, and a good take. Really good take there by De La Rua, but he put his foot on the line. I don't think he realised that he was quite so tight to the touchline. So one last chance in this half.
Yeah, very good restart there from Millfield. Let's see if they can capitalise before the end whistle blows for the first half.
O's, have a look, O's! O's, have a look!
There, Millfield just missing the line out again, so it's a bit sloppy. Let's see if they can put themselves in a position.
Caitlin got wrapped up there, but good work from the tight forwards, recycling Caitlin to his feet. And Owen Erasmus, good work there, good hands, and they've really made some ground on that right edge. And now going back to the forwards, George Timmins driving hard, and real live wire play, the young scrum half, Osh Caitlin, scores the first try of the game. And there was some pretty sharp play there.
Yeah, that was good play from Millfield. Got to say, as soon as they took that ball to the edge, they had these guys on the backfield running and cleaning up on the edge, and that just opened some space. And
as a former halfback, that makes my heart sing, seeing him slice through on the blind side there. And that'll certainly wake Cardiff and Vale up on their pillars and posts. We'll have to really be watching this young man in the second half. So looks like Owen Erasmus. So these young under 17 and kicking into the teeth of the wind. The conversion is wide, but what it means is that Millfield stunningly closed the gap to 6 points to 5 behind Cardiff and Vale as we go to the half time. Guys, is it? Yeah. Are we on? Okay, welcome back. Half time here in this fourth playoff at the World Schools Festival. We're here at the Patana Sports Resort in the beautiful Kingdom of Thailand. Millfield scored just at the death. Vessels, they were 6-0 down to Cardiff and Vale, and the young scrum half Osh Caitlin snuck through on the blind side there, so coming out only a point down with this big wind, I think they'd have to feel they're in good position here, Millfield.
Yeah, I think they would just last 2 minutes, 3 minutes, taking that opportunity and getting in behind the post for a good try, as you've mentioned. I think the big challenge now would be to try and hold on to the ball for Cardiff and Vale and try and play in Millfield's off. But with this wind, it won't be easy. As we've mentioned, maybe play 2 or 3 phases and then kick a low kick into the corner instead of just kicking it out of hand high up into the air, because the wind will blow the ball back.
Absolutely. I mean, I think the way that Millfield attacked, they were pretty good with ball in hand, and so they probably shouldn't overplay the kick until they get really under pressure. So Cardiff and Vale kicking off. Owen Erasmus with an early kick, and a good take there by captain Jack Lee. And a high hanging box kick. Pretty good tactic. Oh no, it's out on the full, having been kicked from outside the 22 or taken back into the 22. So that's a pretty basic error to make early on in the second half. Not the way that Millfield would want to have started.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad kick. Just got it out on the full, but the right idea.
So Saul Hurley with this throw to this line out. Good take there. Probably slightly sheltered under the stand on this side here. Hurley has the ball under his arm here, driving forward. It's a really difficult thing to keep yourself hidden here. They'll now need to judge to have taken the maul down there. So pretty good start to this half for Cardiff and Vale.
Yeah, I think Cardiff would be looking to kick that into the corner again and set up another maul. They've been good with the maul past 2 games they played. That's probably their point of reference. Interesting. They've changed it up in the line out, a bit of forward backward movement and then jumped in the middle. Let's see what they do on this line out.
So Luke Capel and Dom Kipulu and Della Rua with the prop bookends. Grocock. Good take by Della Rua, and that's a pretty good setup. Not got the ball quite to the back yet, and I think Millfield have done really well to disrupt that and take it to the ground. Owen Hill moves the ball. And now Millfield are scrambling to get round the corner here. Del Novo carries it into contact. And Millfield really contesting this ball hard on the ground, and it looks like they've come up with a turnover. And that is a good drive by captain Jack Lee. Oh my word, that faint heart never won a fair lady, and that's some fantastic play by Millfield coming down this right wing with Noah Miller flying down there. Osh Caitlin gets the ball, and now they're going to play all the way out the back and get to the left edge, and they've done really well, but they've pushed that ball forward. It's a real unforced error there, Vessels, when they really had Cardiff scrambling.
Yeah, I think some wrong options there, but they did really well to throw that pass, get it over the top, the bridge pass, and get good meters out of their half. So there was no backfield for Cardiff and Vale, so they probably could have gone with a little chip kick over the top, or maybe just putting a little grubber kick into the corner and putting the pressure back on Vale. Instead they opted for running it, and then the forward pass crept in.
Amazing enterprise from the Millfield 10, Owen Erasmus, to throw that speculator over the top. That's a probably grown up watching Marcus Smith have a go at that kind of stuff. So another good scrummage, and De La Rua gets away and gets out beyond, and a bit of a seatbelt tackle there. The ball's brought back to the inside, met with some fierce tackle there. Evan Weston. Reece Mottram plays in the front line to captain Saul Hurley.
Yeah, I see Owen Erasmus has got a South African surname. Met his mother here on the stadium yesterday. She said that they've been in England for a while, and but they actually heritage from South Africa. It's amazing. Also a boy from
St Michael's.
Yeah.
De Klerk.
Yes, I spoke to his dad as well. He's also at this tournament, and also a fly-off playing for the Irish.
It's got to be said that South African rugby heritage is spreading across the world. I'm based in Hong Kong, and we have certainly a number of South Africans even at my club side. So some very good young men coming from the Republic of South Africa.
Yeah, Cookie, I think it's good for the sport to have the sport global. The more people that play the sport, the better for the sport.
So good take there. Evan Prosser rising in the line out. This is a really good rumble now from Cardiff and Vale. Some of the backs coming and joining in. They're probably about 7-8 metres, maybe 9-10 metres out, and they've won the penalty here. And so they're going to play with it. Reece Mottram digs the ball. It's on. And it's touch in the corner, I think. Touch judge has got his hand up there. And so he's taken the line out. I thought he was playing advantage there.
Yeah.
So Mottram puts it on the toe here in this. And a great bounce there for Flynn Baker.
Cookie, I think Flynn Baker can be felt hard done by the Cardiff Vale team. It looked like he stayed in field, and before he went out, he dotted the ball, but nevertheless.
Yeah, that would have needed a TMO frame by frame. But a good disruption there from Cardiff and Vale. And Hurley's got his hands on this ball, and they're driving hard to the line. Not quite there, just inches short, but now they're going to pound this line. Millfield all hands to the pump here, and it looks like he's got through for that. And it looks like it's the number 6, Luke Capel.
Yeah, Cookie, I think this was good play by with Cardiff and Vale playing against the wind, putting Millfield under pressure, and just converting the opportunities.
I think when we're playing against the wind, it absolutely forces people to play the rugby, because you can't depend on the wind. So again, the boys taking on some water.
Again, that try came from a turnover at line-out time, so very crucial to have your set pieces like scrum and line-out sorted out when you play in these conditions.
Yeah, Really good finish by Luke Capel, whose brother Tom was last year's captain at Cardiff and Vale. And Luke himself is in the Wales under-18 squad, so Rhys Mottram lining up this kick. And he pushes it to the right.
Yeah, I think he took a bit of time there when he stepped forward to kick it, and some pressure being put on him from the 14 winger of Millfield. Had some good pressure on him, Miller.
So 6 points to 10. Score's wrong on the Chiron as well. 6-10. No. Sorry, I'm wrong. So 11 points to 5. Cardiff and Vale extend their lead. They've absolutely mean that Millfield have got to come out and play some rugby here now. So Harry Bonetti throwing into this Millfield line out. Strong wind at their backs, Millfield now. They go long. Good take though. Some good decoy lines being run there. So Osh Caitlin, this real little live wire. Good hands there from Noah Miller. But it looks like isolated on the ground there. So there's a definite kind of sense the momentum is shifting in this game.
Yeah, Cookie, I think the big thing is that Cardiff and Vale is they have some good tackle completion in their defensive system, and getting that guy over a so-called chop tackle on the ground and putting pressure on that breakdown. Very good kick there by Norton. Very good kick against the wind.
Yeah, he's taken play to just inside the Millfield 22. So any hope that Millfield thought that they might be playing the game in the other half, this possession-based game that Cardiff are now playing, probably wishing they'd done a little bit more of it in the first half. So a good shift drive there. Oh, and a fantastic drive here, and that will almost certainly be a penalty to Cardiff and Vale. Some great set-piece play there. Millfield fighting hard for this ball on the ground, but Capel again driving in tight.
Would be very interesting to see after these pick and goes if they would go for touch or goal.
So a good drive in there by De La Rua. And again now the heavies, Owen James, so coming back for the penalty. And be interesting to see whether they pick a number from Millfield or just issue a general warning. Cardiff and Vale, yeah, there's a reach into the pocket, but I'm not sure. They had a really good solid drive set there, and were hurtling towards the whitewash when they went down. And it looks like there's a card there. So Hayden Ebsworth, if my team sheet's right, and there's your answer. Mottram nails the ball into the corner, so they've got another opportunity to execute this first phase possession here.
Yeah, Cookie, what they've been doing well is they're getting low in the maul, and they've been shifting the contact point, so that's why they went for the shift drive where they just shifted it to the back. Let's see what they have now.
So Evan Prosser, number 20, De La Rua, Capel, very front of the line out, Grocock. That's a great rise there. Another shift drive. And, spilt the ball. I've got to say, they've twice worked that shift drive very, very well. and it's a pretty tough skill to perfect.
Yeah, I think the aim with the shift drive is just to shift the contact point so that you get in behind them and you get less numbers trying to stop your maul. So they've done it really well. We see that they're well coached and well drilled. That must be compliments to the coaching staff as well.
Yeah, the Cardiff and Vale coach Martin Fowler, I spent a few minutes with him over dinner last night. He was pretty pleased with what his boys had done, and as you said, felt pretty sad that they hadn't come up with a win against Grey College. But as ever, it's always about the next game, the next thing, and it looks like he's prepared his charges pretty well here. So Osh Caitlin, the try scorer just at the end of the first half, is feeding this scrummage just 5 metres off his line. And there he goes, the tap and go. And some good spot defence there coming in, and deemed to be not 10. He is a live wire, this young man, Caitlin.
Yeah, Caitlin has been looking to take it all quick all day. He's really his reaction is good, and I think that's going to help them in this last 20 minutes, 25 minutes. They need to play front 50 rugby, Millfield, and use those opportunities.
So Millfield getting themselves up to about halfway, which is pretty much the first time that they've been in this kind of territory. Really need to get the line out sorted, so completely off the top down to Caitlin. Erasmus, George Cottrell with a good ball. They've got out to this edge. They've made some good ground here. He really needs to look after this ball. That was Matt Rickard streaking down that touchline, playing out the back here. Bit of a loose pass there from Erasmus, and bit of a knock on, but it looks like they've got a penalty, and Caitlin looks to go quickly, looking to catch them out again, and they've got numbers here. Just needs to be a catch and pass. But after such a good run early on, Matt Rickard actually knocks that on.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. They had the opportunity there just to one more catch and pass, and they would be underneath the goal post scoring a try.
He was probably in his mind dotting that ball down before. So that is the second half water break, and John Mallett making his way towards his Millfield men. So he's got 15 minutes to try and redress this 6-point deficit that they have against Cardiff and Vale. Caitlin has really injected some pace. And young Erasmus at 10, and there Martin Fowler with the Yul Brynner haircut, in the middle with his Cardiff and Vale guys. They've obviously done fantastically well, and he'll be wanting them to get themselves out of this tight spot that they're in at the moment in their own 22. But they've certainly got the scrummage in the first phase to work their way back up the field, I feel.
Yeah, just getting back to that last play, I think when they went to the corner and to the edge, should have maybe kept their momentum, played off 9 instead of going all the way back door and trying to play around them. Ball was in there a long time, long passes, and that just gave the Cardiff and Vale team time to react on defence.
So we're coming up to about 5 minutes past 4 in the afternoon here in Thailand, which means I'm guessing we should be about 11 o'clock in the morning, maybe in the UK. 7-hour time shift.
Yeah, I must say, some good facilities and some good hospitality we've experienced here at Panama Lodge. It's just been a good setting, great golf courses, good hotels. I must say that the Asian people has just been very nice to us.
It's without doubt one of the nicer places to come anywhere in Asia. Thailand, always well looked after. So Archie Lloyd to put the ball into this Cardiff and Vale scrummage. It's a tight spot. They're going to have to play their way out of it because there's no good scrummage from Millfield, and a good pick up there. He's done exceptionally well there, the replacement halfback. His forwards will get up and be absolutely so happy with him. A great carry there. So the ball coming back to Archie Lloyd. Pulls the ball back to Mottram. Hangs the ball high up in the sun. And it gives Millfield the opportunity. And they pump the ball deep. They'll not want a hard bounce here. We've seen this all day. That's all where the ball has bounced long and out of play, more often than not.
Yeah, it just gives us an idea how strong that wind is. If you just kick it up in the air, the wind just takes it all the way over the dead ball line. I think Cardiff and Vale did well to kick a bit of a ball up there, but I'd like to see all the teams playing today get their kick chase lines a bit better, putting some pressure after the kick.
So Millfield, having had a gilt-edge opportunity to score a try in the left corner there, now have a scrummage in their own half, and they'll have to work their way. But if I know anything about the way that they've played so far, so Archie Lloyd absolutely wriggled his way out of a tough spot there, carries and keeps the defence interested. Fantastic wraparound there. Blessing Kilonda there, making some really good ground infield. De La Rua. Archie Lloyd, little dink over the top, puts them under pressure. Noah Miller wraps it up. But this is a real defensive situation for Millfield. They'll have to wriggle their way out here. Caitlin takes a couple of steps, launches the ball, and he's brought it up to about the 10-metre line, I'm guessing. Well, the touch is coming almost to halfway. So they've got about 10 minutes to play, and Cardiff and Vale, I think, are playing some good game management, pragmatic rugby here, pinning Millfield back.
Yeah, I think we gotta give a good mention about Rhys Mottram and Owen Hill, just keeping them backfield, even if it's running out of their own half and then kicking, but they're doing very well.
So skipper Saul Hurley throws the ball in, bobbles onto the floor. De La Rua gets back, looks after it. Archie Lloyd is like calmly working away here, looks to have a tidy game about him. Matthew Paris with a good strong carry there, kept the legs pumping through contact there. Alex Deering there with a good turnover, got in on the Jacqueline, stayed strong. Caitlin goes, and then Adebayi gets a good offload away there. So Millfield need to play some rugby but stay in control and not get like a runaway train here. Ollie Davis, solid carry there. And Erasmus takes the ball to the line, gets hit hard. Caitlin back to the blind side there. So they go to that left edge. Good step there from Stubbings. He's in danger of getting held up here though. They need to get this ball out of here. Stubbings has done really well to get to the ground. Caitlin clears the ball away. Good solid drive there. Caitlin. And good to see Matt Hall coming in off his wing, looking for work, helping out the big boys. Caitlin moves the ball Harry Beasley. He's been everywhere in this game. Caitlin. Oh, great ball out of the back. And a slight forward pass there as he slipped that ball out the back of his hands there.
Yeah, it was some very good skill into the contact. He's a good player, you can see that. You can see Millfield trying to play a bit more rugby in the front 50 and maybe running off each other's shoulders a bit better than the first half and trying to get some meters made. Also good body positioning in their carries. I think if they can keep up with that, this last 7 minutes, they can change the score.
So as we head into this last 7 minutes, Cardiff and Vale holding 11 points to 5 lead over Millfield School here on Rugby Pass YouTube. So we want to try and get the like button up to 1,000. So if you're watching and you haven't hit the like button yet, please smash it and subscribe. So Archie Lloyd needs some cool, calm heads for Cardiff and Vale to pull themselves out of this. Good pass there, and that's a good nudge in the position, taking play up to halfway. So 3 or 4 minutes have elapsed and Millfield are back to where they were. Plenty of support on ground here, vessels for Millfield School.
Yeah, I've met some good parents here, just supporting their kids all the way this past week, getting into it and stuck into it, and it's just great for schoolboy rugby all over the world.
So Millfield fluffing their lines are great out of the back of the hand. Sonny Bill offload there and a good line. Lloyd. Oh, good drive there after the initial contact, and Lloyd is really speeding this game up. Mottram spreading the ball to the right wing there. Looking after that ball wide. Lloyd is there again. And a good drive there from Matthew Paris. And Jack Lee swoops on that ball really quickly. And offside there, and Caitlin, here he goes again. Surely he'll have him for not 10, but they're playing the advantage, and puts his foot to the metal there. Matt Rickard driving Millfield, really needs to take advantage, so playing out the back here. Stubbings again, George Cottrell, and Adam Boy drops the ball out there. So without doubt, Millfield have had plenty of opportunities here. They've really pushed these so Bem Adeboye pushes the ball out there.
Yeah, I gotta say, Cookie, George Cottrell, it's the second or the third time he's putting away players on the edges with just being very good of offload past contact.
So we're where we were about 10 minutes ago when Archie Lloyd first came on, almost exact position, and Lloyd wriggled out down the blind side and really got Cardiff and Vale out of a tight spot. So can lightning strike twice? He seems a pretty calm, assured player, and without a doubt Lucas De La Rua at 8 is a quality player, and that's good control at the base there. Back to Mottram, and he pushes the ball.
Yeah, just kicking it into touch, not getting a lot of distance on that. Quite difficult in this wind. Let's see how Cardiff and Vale are going to defend this.
So Harry Bonetti, they've been tending to go a little bit longer and it drifts on the wind. So there we go, up. Quick ball off the top there. So this tight game, 6 points. And they've got themselves again out to that left edge. Need to make sure they stay in field. You feel very much it's now or never for Millfield. Oh, and a great line run there. Matt Hall in off that wing. Oh, and Caitlin tried to do the same again. He ghosted through in the first half, but they're back for the penalty, and they go quickly. And the try is given. George Cottrell. There was a hint of a bobbled ball. So that takes the score to 11 points to 10 with a kick to come. But it's way out on this right-hand touchline, not the easiest of kicks.
Yeah, we could be happy for George Cottrell there getting in, but he really deserves it. He's been a good player since he's came on. Yeah, he really plays the contact situation very well.
Osh Caitlin has really backed himself and speeded up this game ever since he came on just before half-time. So, Owen Erasmus, there's a real chance to make a name for himself here. It's a pretty tough kick. But he's left-footed, so he's given himself the best chance here. And he has nailed it, which takes Millfield into a 12 points to 11 lead with around about 30 seconds on the clock. Could this be an absolute clutch moment? So Mottram, they will get the opportunity to restart.
Yeah, I think the big thing for Cardiff and Vale should be to get the ball back in possession and try and play in Millfield's second 20 in their 22.
Alex Deering, solid with that. And that's probably a decent kick by Caitlin, especially if it bobbles towards the touchline. Well kept in by Del Novo. And he does what he has to do, which is pump it long here. The clock on field has gone a little bit, but we did have a couple of injuries. But we must be desperately close to the final whistle. And this could be absolute harsh moments for Cardiff and Vale if they fall foul in 2 games in the last few minutes. So you feel Millfield just need to take this line out, but Vale have got it. And Archie Lloyd digs in. They're going to have to go fully 55 to 60 metres, but they've bobbled the ball forward. And the referee seems to be playing it on. Saul Hurley remonstrating with the referee. So scrummage here for Millfield. Ollie Davies on the tight head here.
Yeah, let's see if Cardiff and Vale can put some pressure on the scrum and try and create a turnover.
This is a crucial moment in the game. If Cardiff and Vale don't get this ball back, you feel it's probably game over. Oh. And Osh Caitlin, the young man here, calming everybody down. They'll maybe take a shot at goal. And asking the referee how long to go, and immediately they signal to give Owen Erasmus the chance to probably finish the game off.
Yeah, Cookie, we can't complain. We have to be honest. We've had some entertaining rugby, some close scores, some tough encounters the past few days.
Absolutely fantastic. I think both these sides have acquitted themselves so well. They've played with enterprise. You know, they've tried to play rugby throughout. And as we say, these games are two halves with this stiff breeze blowing left to right, and there'll be no issue with distance for Erasmus. He just needs to stroke this one. And he slots it. And Millfield run out.
Yeah, we could feel sorry for Cardiff and Vale. It's their second loss, and they've been controlled mostly in the game. But I think Millfield just taking their chances.
Absolutely. I think that try that young Osh Caitlin scored just before half time was absolutely crucial to them. And if Millfield had taken their chances, they could easily have had a bigger win than they did. But absolute credit to Cardiff and Vale, two gut-wrenching losses in the last few minutes. They can certainly go home feeling proud of the efforts that they have made throughout this week, and hopefully the friends they've made here in Thailand. So there we are, a fantastic win for Millfield School, taking out the 3rd, 4th place playoff at the World Schools Festival here in Patana Sports Resort in Thailand. So thanks very much, Vessel, and you'll be around for the final.
Yeah, Cookie, I'll be around for the final, and it's good doing commentating with you. I've been impressed by both sides adapting to the conditions, but with their kicking game and managing their backfield and defensively. But surely we will be looking forward to the last game. I think it's going to be a tough encounter. For the viewers that doesn't know, I am an old boy of Grey College, but I'll be try and be as biased as I could. But I must say I've been impressed with Hamilton boys the first day and the second day. You can see there's some good rugby players.
I had already picked up that you were a Grey reuni. So fantastic prospect that we have in things. So two sides there, and just in front of us, Vessel, the Millfield school parents, very happy, clapping off their sons.
Yeah, I think both teams can be very proud. There was some interesting rugby they played, and controlling conditions and just taking their chances. Millfield
Okay, so here we are. There have been a number of games over 3 days of fantastic rugby, and it comes down to this, the final of the World Schools Festival between Grey College from Bloemfontein in South Africa and Hamilton Boys High School from New Zealand. Two schools steeped in history. Grey College, 167 years of history. The Jock Mayering Trust and Bram Fisher Memorial Trust offer bursary funds, and I think they were set up in 1997 by Nelson Mandela, and a big part of it. And I know that we've a huge following out there from the Grey Reuni, and I'm joined in co-commentary here by Vessels du Plessis, who is a Grey Reuni. Is that what you call yourselves?
Yeah, we just use the term old boy. Thank you for introducing me, Cookie. Always a pleasure to commentate on schoolboy rugby. We've been hosted very well here in Patana. It's been a great tournament so far, and as you mentioned, the final between New Zealand and South African schools. I just got to mention, I think there was some good rugby by the Wales and the English schools as well. We will be
So we've got on screen there the Hamilton Boys High School team, another team with huge history. The school dates back to 1903, and some famous alumni are people like Warren Gatland and Tanarau Kerr-Barlow, current All Blacks Josh Lord, Quinn Tupaia and Sevu Reece. They've won the New Zealand Top 4 comp in 2022 for the 5th time, and they've just won the Condor Sevens title for the 7th year in a row. And Hamilton Boys High School are the current holders of the Moaska Cup, which dates back to the First World War and is made from the propeller of an old down German aircraft, and it's got over 100 years of history. It's played a little bit like the Ranfurly Shield, and it's contested at every home game by the holders and in all top 4 games, and Hamilton Boys High School come here as the proud holders of that. So their coach Nigel Hotham is director of rugby, and they've got a number of standout players in their team. Wearing the 15 jersey, Peyton Spencer, son of the famous Carlos, and Kalis Putoko, New Zealand schools, and Aki Tuivai Lala is also New Zealand schools, wearing the 12 jersey. And their co-captains are in fact Aki Tuivai Lala and Ollie Mathis. And for Grey College, to be honest, I got a lot of details from them, but not too much about the individuals. It seems very much like a team effort, and no tall poppies in the Grey College. So is that very much a culture of the school?
Yeah, that is, I must say that, Cookie. But the big thing would be that after 2019 and 2020-21, there wasn't a lot of junior rugby in South Africa regarding the COVID situation. I think it's been that all over the world, but not much EPD structures going on in South African elite player development, so those players hasn't been identified. But I could truly say the 8th man and the captain, JJ Tron, he played for Grey's first team last year already, and that's surely somebody to look at. I think the tight head has had a good tournament, John Erasmus, played some good rugby last year as well. There's also a good few under 16s in here that's turning 17 next year. Philip McLaren, the 9, what a live wire. So yeah, Ian van der Merwe has got a good left foot on him as a fly-off.
Fantastic. And the coaching team of Grey College, head by Yanni Heldenhuis, but maybe you could say that better than I can. He's a former Grey Old Boy as well, matriculated in 2007. And among the coaching staff, 3 Box, Vian Dupree, Tian Liebenberg and Helgard Müller.
Yeah, you're totally correct there. There's some good rugby IP. I used to coach with these guys. They're real good fun, and they know what they're talking about.
Helgard played against the New Zealand Cavaliers, and I actually played club rugby in the UK with one of the All Black second rows, Albert Anderson. It's certainly rolling back the years, and I understand that around about 8 of the players in the Grey College team are in the green squad, which maybe you can explain that for the non-South Africans.
Yeah, it's elite player development squad where players get identified in their age group and just getting monitored by SA Rugby and attending camps and getting upskilled in rugby. Just back to that coaching staff, they're good mates of mine, and there's some good rugby IP there, and the big thing is they're all old boys of the school, and just putting back into the school, and I think that's great.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, Grey's got about 45 Springboks currently, which they've done over the 167 years of rugby. They got about 116 rich rugby history, but they're just not known for rugby. I must say, rugby is just one of their sports.
And one of the stats that I got was that each year's intake, there are around about 30% of the boys that come into the college, their fathers or grandfathers are grey old boys. So that's why we get such a steeped history in every part of Grey College, but particularly I've seen YouTubes of Grey College games with thousands and thousands of people on the sideline. I think many Premiership rugby sides in England would be happy to have such a strong support as Grey College.
Yeah, Cookie, I think schoolboy rugby in South Africa is absolutely massive. All the the top 5 teams in SA, when they play each other, you get about 20,000 people at the ground, which is amazing. I think that's why we can be privileged today to see. I think it's the first time in history that Grey College is playing Hamilton boys.
Oh, fantastic!
Yeah.
So probably each have tried to claim the top spot in the world over the years, but finally you get to go head to head, and at the end of this 60 minutes, we'll know who for the next year can hold the bragging rights. But pretty much on every one of these games so far that we've seen today, it's been a tough loss for either side, and I'm fully expecting that this will be no quarter asked, no quarter given type game. And as I say, the Hamilton Boys High School have got this rich history, having just come off winning the top 4 comp, and just like South Africa, high school rugby in New Zealand is a real breeding ground and top level. Many of the schoolboy games in New Zealand also having many thousands of spectators. So we can see that the Grey College replacements are ready to in a tunnel, along with some of the RTA guys from Pretoria. So definitely South Africans supporting South Africans. Nothing wrong with that. We love to see the passion, and the game is due to kick off in a couple of minutes. So final preparations with Coach Gelden Hayes and Nigel Hotham probably going on, and the Millfield boys just making their way in front of the tunnel.
Yeah, maybe Cookie, we can just state again that we're very privileged to have this game and see this game live. 2 top schools playing each other, but the conditions here it's just tough with the wind. There's a stiff breeze coming from left to right, and it's going to be the team that plays tactically correct rugby, kicking wise and using the ball correctly.
So running out onto the ground now, the Grey College starting 15, and there will be an awful lot of passion. All these boys know what they carry within this jersey, and the men that have done this previously for them. So now Millfield calling on to the ground, the Hamilton boys, Ollie Mathis and Aki Tuivai-Lala leading the team out. Again, proud players, and laying down on halfway, and we're going to be having the haka, the Waikato Tani Whārau, which was written specifically for the school and has links to the mighty Waikato River. And Grey College respectfully standing arm in arm, ready to accept the challenge. fantastic to see both the haka from Hamilton Boys High School and Grey College respectfully receiving the challenge. And our referee for this final game is Christo Erasmus from South Africa. He's part of the Besmet Golden Lions Ref Society, and he wanted me to tell everybody that he did referee the Lions under-19s versus New Zealand, which was won by New Zealand. So if there are any calls for anything, he has previously refereed a South Africa New Zealand game, and the New Zealanders came out on top. So interestingly, Grey College will be playing from left to right, so we'll have this very stiff breeze at their backs in this first half. And Hamilton High School, or Hamilton Boys, kicking off. A good high hanging kick there, but well fielded by Grey College. And good counter rucking from Hamilton. McLaren looking up this tight side, but runs very much up a dark alley. And some good D there from Zach Coffey from Hamilton Boys.
Yeah, Grey College doing well initially to catch the kickoff, but failing to exit with a good exit with a stiff breeze. So let's just see what happens at line out time.
So Tom McCarthy with this line out throw. Ooh. Drifting on the wind there, but well picked up by Grey. McLaren clears the ball. And Grey moves the ball and push the ball deep. And that's a great kick. And I think that's probably a 50-22.
Yeah, Cookie, I think that
tough one to defend when somebody's moving to the left and they kick to the right. It's tough. So first line. And he's got the ball at the tail of this ball, and they're stepping forward in a really controlled manner here. And off he goes, McGreer.
Yeah, Grey College being a bit high in that maul, peeling around the front with a shearing off, and looks like it was held up by New So it's a goal line drop in against the wind for Hamilton Boys.
This is a tough.
Speed on defence.
So good ball there. McLaren looking to have a bit of a snipe down the blind side.
The pressure.
So Wyndham Portoa, the Hamilton Boys, number 10. changes. But I think both sides starting the game well here.
Yeah, I think Grey did well to play front 50 rugby, get into New Zealand half, but must say that New Zealand's come out of there with that Ruts defence and just disconnecting South African attack. I must say, all the people back in South Africa, I'll just give him a few Afrikaans words by saying, is lekker warm hierso in Patana. It's a good game that we're looking at, en Grey College is reg vir die wedstryd, maar ek moet sê die New Zealanders is verskriklik groot en sterk.
That's easy for you to say.
Now, I just mentioned that the New Zealand team are quite impressive, some big boys, and it's some hot conditions with a strong wind.
So this will be a telling thing. Mac, the Rat Russ, to put the ball in for Hamilton boys. And Ollie Mathis, the captain, at 8 there with the headgear on. Both front fives will be anxious to lay down a marker in this first scrummage. And I'm sure that they're going to give referee Christo Erasmus plenty of work. Oh, good scrummage by Grey there. Kalis Potoka absolutely comes in there, and now they look to spread the ball wide. Peyton Spencer there, held up in the tackle. Some good wide defence there from Grey. So good midfield hit up. Mac Russ gets the ball.
Yeah, the ref's just stopping play because there's a player injured, Jan van der Merwe, in the tackle. So I'll go back for a scrum, New Zealand ball.
Certainly a game not for the faint-hearted, and I can see already that there's some fairly large young men out there. Heinrich Theron and JJ Theron both look like big men.
Yeah, just mentioning again for the viewers that tuned in late, strong wind blowing from left to right as we're looking at the field, so the wind will have a massive influence on the game. I think the team that's gonna use they're playing front 50 rugby, you're going to use their conditions to the best of their ability, will surely benefit out of it.
We've seen in the previous games that the kind of lower raking kicks are much better than the high kicks. High kicks tend to take a hard bounce, and many of them have then rolled dead. So you need to be cute with your tactical kicking. So big battle on this Loosehead side of the Hamilton boys scrum.
Just a little knock on from New Zealand at scrum time. You could see they wanted to maybe get the right shoulder there with their big tight head and play the blind side.
So let's get a good look at this battle on this side. Rory Palmer against John Erasmus. So Philip McLaren with the feed. Goes down on this side of the scrummage, but referee elects to go with a reset.
Yeah, again, 8 minutes gone. So Grey College probably need to use this ball from this left-hand scrum in their half and try and get New Zealand backfield out of play and maybe just kick the ball into the corners, try and play front 50 rugby.
So McLaren takes a dart here. And the ball knocked on and then played in front by Grey College. So that's a penalty for Hamilton boys high. And Wyndham Portawa looking to push this as close to the corner as he can. That's a pretty good nudge.
Yeah, line-out time again. It's interesting to see would Hamilton boys maybe play off the top or set up the maul. They've been good at both during the week, going for a 4-man line-out.
So Tom McCarthy, better line-out throw that time. He's gone immediately to deck. Zach Coffey coming in off the wing. Ollie Mathis, good work there. And Matt Russ, and they've got out to this edge. Some good footwork there, bringing it back in field. And the ball bobbling there, and Russ having to really scramble to tidy that one up. And there's no doubt Grey College are making them work really hard for every ball here. And they've swept onto that loose ball, but referee brings it back for possibly a knock-on at the base there. But it was kind of very much all on at the breakdown there.
Yeah, I think the breakdown is going to be crucial in this game. Team that's in first win the race, and being the lowest will probably win the breakdown. New Zealand the New Zealand Hamilton boys has been trying to play through Grey College at breakdown time, just next to the pillars and post, and they've been doing well at that.
So coming off, Kalis Potoko coming in off his wing again. They look to spread the ball wide. And number 8, Ollie Mathis, carries the ball. Oh, good drive there. Some good meters to put some pressure on there to try and get onto the front foot. But Gray getting off the line now. And they've got a sniff of this one, Gray. Yeah. Hamilton boys going off their feet to secure that one. Well, holding on.
Yeah, it looked like JJ Tron, the 8th man, putting his hands on that ball. Yeah, as I said, New Zealand really good at the pick and goes next to the ruck. But Gray's been playing back 50 rugby in their own half. A lot of hard work, a lot of energy being used, and probably the best thing is to use this breeze and play front 50 rugby.
So, Christo Erasmus, the referee. There's a change there coming onto the field. Number 22, Heinz Stockenstrom. So would probably, I guess, back home on the high veld, this ball would fly a long way, hoping the wind gives the same kind of added advantage.
Yeah, we are at sea level here, Cookie, so it shouldn't travel that far, but I must say this breeze is just blowing the ball up. If you kick it up in the air, it just takes him at miles.
If he's got any sense, he'll be kicking it towards our touchline, and he does. So, Grey College, Emil McCrea with this line-out throw. Good take. It's just good, solid first phase skills there. McLaren looking all the time, sniping. Great ball there. Goes to ground, but still with Gray. Referee saw a short knock-on in there. But as you said, McLaren is an absolute live wire. He's if Hamilton boys don't keep their eye on him, he'll be sniping away.
Yeah, McLaren trying to exploit the space on the blind there. Interesting to see the scrum battle, the loose head. Not used to be a loose head, Rainen Fouchier, also the head boy of the school. He was a lock still last year. Also played first team. I think he's doing well.
Liam Anderson packing down at 8 there, the open side. Hamilton, Peyton Spencer getting the ball wide there. Kalis Potoko gets the ball back inside, but the touch is given. Good hands on the floor there from Spencer.
I think the big thing is that there's already 14 minutes gone, and Grey College has been playing a lot of rugby in their own half and not using the conditions to their advantage. And I think New Zealand can be very, very satisfied with that.
Great take in the line out there by Mano Stopforth, and they've got a good drive on. Just need to make sure that they stay tight on this and don't get out of shape. McLaren goes to his one-off runner there, digging in with a quick ball. But Hamilton boys coming forward onto this, and Gray get it in behind. So Spencer has the ball, and he's looking long, gets the ball, finds some green grass at the back there. Gray looking to have a go. Vincent Volhuta. So McLaren swinging the ball to the left. Again, good charge down there. Maybe offside.
Interesting enough, New Zealand, Hamilton boys having 3 guys at the backfield just covering the kick. So they got their tactics to work out.
So again looking to go left and kick right. Oh, it's a fantastic kick. As we said, although it's kind of with the wind is coming slightly off that left hand touchline of Grey College, so to take it down that close is fantastic. So Emile McGreer with an opportunity here. Stopforth again setting up a good solid drive. They've got a really tight maul here. McGreer, the whole thing goes to ground. Looks like Gray have taken it to ground. McLaren's done well to get his way in there. Recycled himself very well. Some real heat coming from Hamilton boys in defence here. So McLaren goes back to the left and again gets man and ball. McLaren sharply away, and replacement there, Stockenstrom tries to dink it through, but Hamilton boys coming away with the ball and looking to play here. Captain Aki Tuvailala carries that into contact. Mac Russ directing operations there, gets the ball back. That's a deep kick, well fielded in the backfield here by Vincent Volhuta. Brings it back and pops it off the floor. Running straight and hard there. Good clear out. But maybe going off his feet and maybe slightly beyond the ball there. So as you said, 17 minutes in, and the referee calls us for the first water break. So before we have a chat about what's gone on, anybody watching on Rugby Pass YouTube, please do subscribe to the channel and hit the like button, because it really helps with the engagement across the world, with this basically being the World Cup of schools rugby here. Thistles, what do you make of this opening stanza?
Yeah, Cookie, if I was a Hamilton boys coach, I'd be very satisfied. Difficult conditions. Surely the wind will make a difference second half for them. So they haven't conceded any points, and when they've been playing in Grey College's half. I think Grey College not just using all the opportunities. They've had 2 or 3 mauls or line-out opportunities to maul from 8 metres out in Hamilton boys half, and they just were going to ground on the maul. Should stand up and just be stronger, and also conceding at breakdown time. Some normal soft moments, as we know schoolboys usually make. Team that cuts that out will be the team that usually comes out on top.
So some harsh words in there from the coaching staff of Hamilton boys, trying to get them revved up. But I've got to say, the quality of this game of rugby is pretty high. Not too many out and out mistakes.
I must mention, Cookie, that New Zealand's done well on defence. They've been connected and shooting up in 3s or 4s and just putting the Grey attack under pressure, and then Grey playing behind the advantage line, and it's
So
quite difficult to attack.
Hamilton coach there, Nigel Hotham, making his way behind the sticks. He's obviously a man that likes to watch from behind rather than up from the height of the stands. So Christo Erasmus just having a quick word with what looked like Tom McCarthy. So Wyndham, Portar say that doesn't look like the greatest kick, but do not underestimate the strength of this wind here at the Patana Sports Resort here in Thailand. You can see the AR's flag fluttering in the background. Tom McCarthy with his throw, and a good take there by Tama Hodgson. Portawa does well to pluck that down, and a good carry into the traffic there. Hamilton getting around the corner there, but Gray the match of them in defence. So Mac Rust picked the ball up there and had Gray all over him. Portawa looks like a pretty good kick, and a very good kick. So that'll be a 50-22. So that was an excellent kick by Portawa.
Yeah, especially against the wind, just using the space that's available to him and kicking it backfield. New Zealand's got another 5-man line out that they want to execute. Looks like they're going for a 6-man line out. Probably see a more here.
So McCarthy with the throw. Well, they go over the top and there's no jump, and that's McLaren off and away. Did really well, and that was good clear out by Grey College there, but Hamilton boys have come up with that, and gets his hands through there, the captain. Mac Russ swings it back across to Tom McCarthy, and they're bringing it across. They've got out to this edge. And that's Liam Strom. Great work. And Ollie Mathis backing up there. And they've got numbers to burn here. Portawa swings it wide. And that's a great try-saving tackle, but he's made it in the end. Well, I think that was Alex Pitts-Brown.
Yeah, just some very good continuity by Hamilton boys, keeping the ball in hand, breaking tackles, passing before contact to the player in space. They're going to play like that, especially with the second half of the winds behind their back. They'll be difficult to beat. I think Grey College need to regroup and have a discussion.
Look at this finish by Pitts-Brown. He has done exceptionally well to sneak that in.
Grey College should maybe just regroup and have a discussion how they want to play with this wind behind them.
I think we've actually seen in these last couple of games that the team playing with the wind haven't always used the advantage. Sedba did it in Game 3, where their captain kicked 17 points to take the game out. So fantastic score there by Pitts-Brown.
Yeah, I think we can be acknowledging the coaches of both teams, but especially New Zealand's attack. Hamilton boys just being upskilled. You can see the decision making and contact is just good.
Yeah, they made the breach down this left edge, and it was carried on by Ollie Mathis up the middle, and at that point it was all on. That was a fantastic effort by Wyndham Portawa, but the score remains 5-0 to Hamilton Boys High School. Grey College here is to not panic. Looks like a reasonably good kick in the conditions.
Yeah, that's keeping pressure on them playing front 50. So it's a line out just outside New Zealand, Hamilton Boys 22. One thing we got to mention is that there's rolling subs, so or each team can use their subs. And I see that Grey, their 10 starting the game, Ian van der Merwe hasn't come on yet. Don't know if his injury was such an injury he can't return, and that's probably not helped him with their kicking game. But again, another unforced error by Grey College.
So Hamilton Boys so far keeping their composure at all times. So Rory Palmer up against John Erasmus on this loose head side of the Hamilton scrum. Mac Russ. Looks like Ollie Mathis is now slotting into the 8-man slot. So solid scrummage there. Oh, and a good charge down there. Where does this drop? Oh, great work there. But a big hit and another good tackle in there. Hamilton Boys off their feet.
Yeah, this would be very interesting, Cookie, to see if they're going for touch. Looks like they're going for touch and not goal.
So slightly off the side of the boot there from Stockerstrom. That was a great charge down there by Jean-Henry Schmidt.
I can maybe just say John-Henry Schmidt's dad, also a professional rugby player back in South Africa, played a lot of games for Griquas and Western Province as well.
Had a game for the Boks as well, didn't he, I believe?
Yeah, he became a Bok, and it's his son is a very physical player and also good at breakdown time.
Good drive here by Grey College, but they do need to get the ball back. They're now playing under advantage, and amazingly he got over the line, but looks like he was held up. That was phenomenal D by Hamilton Boys, because that was one of the big fellas from Grey College, but again playing under penalty advantage.
Yeah, Heinrich Tron getting over the line there. Couldn't see if he grounded the ball, but refs nevertheless came back for the decision. So let's see if Grey can keep applying the pressure and get some points.
So might be an injury here, maybe some blood to one of the big men. So onto the field, Skulk du Plessis. Apologies if I'm not getting these Afrikaans names correct.
You're
I'm
correct.
doing my best.
You're correct, Cookie. Skulk du Plessis. That's correct.
Fantastic take at the line out. There's another good setup here by Grey College. But good D from Hamilton Boys. They're starting to move slightly off to the right and shearing out. Emil McGreer peels off. It's going to be hard for the referee to give that one. It's about the third time that Grey have got the ball over the line and been held up. Some real dogged defence here from Hamilton Boys High.
Yeah, you must compliment the defence of Hamilton Boys, and maybe Grey should just stay for that last 2 meters on their feet and just work through the contract. But nevertheless, it's a goal line drop in with 2 minutes left in this half. Let's see if Grey can get the ball and put some pressure on.
That's a fantastic hit. So Grey College recycling this ball, swinging it out to the left, playing through them there. Another good tackle coming in from Hamilton. JJ Thron. So given offside there, McLaren on the floor there. this would be a real good moment for Grey College. Now, what do they do here, Russell? Do they take the 3 in front of the posts?
Yeah, I think because it's festival rugby, they're also looking to play a bit of rugby early days. They're on the 17 squad and trying to score some tries. But I must compliment New Zealand's D. They're just shooting up out of the line and catching the man ball and all.
So, Emil Magrier with another opportunity to throw into line out. Grey have set up some fantastic, and another one, no competition there, and front peel. So McLaren moves the ball. Oh, some great play there, taking it to within 2 metres. So Grey College
Yeah, ball carriers of Grey College getting isolated, and Hamilton Boys just being quick on that ball on the ground. You got to compliment them for that.
So just making the touchline there, was hanging perilously in the wind. As you say, this could well be the last few plays of this half. Hamilton Boys will go in much the happier playing into the wind, currently holding a 5-0 lead. So Tom McCarthy with this line-out throw off the top down to Mac Russ. Playing Hiraka Waitai Hai Inga carries the ball in, and again that play right, kick left. Martin Borther kicks the ball into touch, and it's come off a Hamilton player. And Spencer pushes the ball wide. They're shorter numbers out on this side, Hamilton, but they do recycle the ball. It looks like they're playing advantage, so Mac Russ pulls the ball to this touchline. Keeping the ball infield. JJ Thron trying to rip the ball in the contact there. Liam Anderson carries it hard into contact and makes 2 or 3 metres after the initial contact. And Portawa gets... Oh. The referee played a very long advantage there.
Yeah, New Zealand trying to get out of their half with Hamilton Boys kicking it and having some good kick chase lines, but Grey College just getting back into that front 50 and applying pressure.
So Peyton Spencer to touch. Keeps that one low, which is probably a decent tactic in this wind, both into it and against it. So on finals day here, we've got a pretty good crowd. All the players from the previous games here in the stands. And a good take there by Tama Hodgson, but not straight. So we're at 32 minutes here, but there was a couple of injuries early on in the first half. So probably playing just a few minutes extra. So don't forget to hit the like button. We want to get over several thousand. I did hear that there were tens of thousands watching.
Yeah, it's 12 o'clock now in South Africa, so there's no excuse not to watch this game.
And just gone 11 p.m. in the evening for those of you watching in from New Zealand. Welcome. JJ Thron hit with another hard tackle there. Grey Boys playing some really good continuity rugby here. Martin Borther on this right wing, but Hamilton Boys forcing them back in the contact, but Grey keeping control of the ball. And a kick pass here And desperately unlucky there. Did everything right, but just spilled the ball at the last moment there.
Yeah, unlucky, but some good ideas on attack from Grey College, not getting through the defence of Hamilton Boys and trying the cross kick with chasers on it, and it's become a trend in world rugby how to attack, and if you can execute it at 18 years old, it's really then you're well skilled.
So I'm not sure if you know that Marcus Smith grew up and played a lot of his junior rugby in Singapore, and apparently he perfected the kick pass as like a 9 or 10-year-old with his brother, and playing at the Centaurs RFC down there in Singapore.
Yeah, Cookie, that's become the new trend because that's where the space is.
Oh, great breakout here by Ollie Mathis. Good tackle back, but they've really breached here, and it's on for them. The other co-captain, and Spencer, has a little bit of a hitch kick, reminiscent of his father, but unfortunately gets dragged into touch, and that is half-time here at the final of the World Schools Festival Cup Final. Hamilton Boys High School holding a slender 5-0 lead over Grey College from Bloemfontein.
Yeah, Bloemfontein is in the central of South Africa, Cookie. Also a place where it's usually hot. Yeah, that's where Grey College comes from. They were a school that originated by Sir George Grey, that he gave an amount of money to further tertiary education, and he actually started the university as well. So he also did Grey High in Port Elizabeth, and if I'm correct, he did a school in New Zealand.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
There's no doubt there's some great institutes of learning across the world, and when we look at some of these institutions here, I think 1525 Sedba were founded. Millfield is comparatively new school, but with a great heritage. Hamilton Boys High, over 100 years old, and as I said before the game, they're the current holders of the Moaska Cup. That is the Ranfurly Shield that's played for by secondary schools in New Zealand, and they're proud holders of that, and they're also proudly current top 4 champions of New Zealand. So who's our coach speaking in the grey huddle here?
Yeah, that's Tevis de Bruin, Cookie. He's also an ex-professional rugby player. Played a lot of games for the Cheetahs. He was a 9 and a 10. I think he's a very good coach. I've coached with him as well. He's got good knowledge about the game. I think the big challenge for Grey College team would be to play against this wind in the second half. I know 5-0 isn't much, but with this wind, it's probably a bit tough to go and be behind with a wind like this.
Absolutely. For me, the telling factor in this first half has just been the one-off spot tackles by Hamilton Boys. Every time that Grey look like they're getting a little bit of momentum, somebody comes in and makes a hit and stops it, absolutely dead, and then the rest of the high school boys are in and on it. And I think Grey have played with a lot of invention, a lot of purpose. I also think that the maul defence of Hamilton Boys around the lineouts has been pretty solid. But we can't forget Grey College have actually got the ball across the whitewash about 3 times now and been held up. So we can't say that Hamilton Boys have had it all their own way.
Yeah, I think Hamilton Boys they're surely impressed with their skill set, and they haven't been in Grey's half in the last 10 minutes a lot. But what they did was when they were there, they made it count.
Absolutely, it was that great bust down this left wing, and then carried on by co-captain Ollie Mathis that made the space out on the right wing. Brown to make an absolutely phenomenal finish in the corner there. And it's pretty important in these tight games to get the first score, should it be a draw. Unfortunately, there'll be no time for extra time here because the sun goes down like switching a light out in this part of the world. And, as we can see, the crowd here really enjoying this, and hopefully everybody will have the chance once the rugby's over tonight to enjoy some time together before we all depart over the next few days and head off around the world. So back to Dublin, Bloemfontein, Pretoria, Hamilton. Many of the boys obviously coming from the UK and Ireland, and it's just a fantastic festival of schoolboy rugby.
Yeah, Cookie, we can just say it again. The people of Botana Resort has been very good to all these players and coaches and all the schools coming here and playing some good rugby. They've been looking after us with great hospitality. We've eaten a lot of rice, I must say, but it's good.
And just to mention that the 2023 version of this event will happen between Tuesday the 12th and Sunday the 17th of December 2023. There'll be a cup tournament open and a girls 10s tournament. So for any of those schools around the world that really fancy their chances against some of the best in the world, make sure that you get onto the worldschoolsfestival.com rugby site and get your name down.
So interesting. Let's see, Cookie, will Grey have 2 or 3 guys at the backfield with New Zealand kicking it, or maybe run to kick? That would be the challenge today.
So a deep kick there, and Spencer immediately pumps the ball straight down the middle.
Yeah, Grey College having 3 guys in the backfield immediately to field the kick of Spence.
So McLaren moves the ball. The one thing you know when you're playing into this wind, you are going to have to carry the ball, and a good inside tip and offload there. Some good yards made, but
McLaren going for the quick tap, but the ref stops him, said he's not on the mark. Looked like behind the ruck for me, but surely Grey would look to up the tempo. Maybe it would fit into Hamilton boys because they also like tempo rugby.
so Stock and Throne kicks the ball, and his kicking style is a little bit higher than Portawa. So Emil Magrier there, just retrieving the ball. I have to say, I've bumped into a few of these Grey College boys around the resort. They're a very polite set of young men. That's a great line out there, but sacked well by Hamilton boys. And it looks like they've got their hands on this ball. Grey are going to have to work hard to get this away from here, but I think that's one of the second rows, assisted by JJ Thron. Running it through the middle there. It's a little bit behind, and any ball behind gets carried on the wind. And a bit of a late hit there, but let's say I think he was fairly well committed.
Yeah, Cookie. I see he's getting a yellow card there. You can't blame a tight head for tackling a guy. It's hard work to get there, but surely putting his team under pressure now with 14 men on the field.
John Erasmus, yeah. So that's 6 minutes in these shortened 30-minute halves. 6 minutes in the bin. So if we just watch this. He was pretty committed, but the right outcome. Let's be sure that Erasmus let him know he was there. So kick or kick, and Portawa. It's a little bit disappointed with his kick there, and only manages to take it up to the 22. But I think Hamilton boys will be happy every minute of this game that they're playing in the Grey College half of the paddock. So Tom McCarthy, oh, good steal there, tap backwards, but Grey College under pressure there. McLaren, that's a phenomenally good pickup, but he's scragged there. So McLaren did incredibly well to tidy that ball up, that tap ball.
Stockenstrom with a kick again. He got to kick it low into this wind.
Yeah, he's given it to one of his...
to the winger Martin Botha.
Looks like a much better return there. But again, cannot stress how strong this wind is. So McGleer with another opportunity. Looking for Tron and Stockforth.
Yeah, Gray opting for the 4-man line out, and they got it wrong there. Wanted to do a 5-man line out. Now ref calls him back for a 4-man line out.
Another mistake there by Grey College.
Yeah, just the pass going astray, not expecting the ball. Scrum, Hamilton boys just inside Grey's half again.
So Mac Russ there will get the feed to this scrummage.
Also another substitution coming on Taite because of the yellow card. So the guy that came on is Boer now. His nickname is Boer. Coming on as a Taite 16-year-old. Let's see how he goes.
So Mac Russ with a feed here, just inside the Grey College half. What a great break there. Ollie Mathis puts the ball inside off. Phenomenal offload there to Liam Sturm. Mac Russ moves the ball. They're looking to go wide now. A phenomenally good pass there. And Peyton Spencer over in the corner there. That was a phenomenally good pass by Hiraki Waitai Hai Inga.
Yeah, you got to give credit to Hamilton boys. Just exploiting the space because Grey's got 14 players on the field. They took a small blind year with the 8-man. Had a good dash around into the edge. 5-10 meters from the line. Good catch and pass, and just going Peyton Spence into the corner, the son of Carlos.
And a bit of a Sevu Reese or Joe Rakathoko style finish. Bit of a swan there, but it was a good finish nonetheless. And some pretty happy boys in the background there congratulating him. So the real bust there made by Anders, well, it was by Liam Stern, carried on by Ollie Mathis. Great offload off the floor by Liam Anderson, and then some great play across the back. As I say, the phenomenal pass in there by Waitai Hai Inga. So
yeah, that's what a yellow card does, Cookie. There's always space because schoolboy level you got to have 8 in the scrum. So Grey had to use one backline player in the scrum, and that just exploited space.
So Portawa from the left-hand side of the field, and that's a pretty good nudge. So that takes the lead out to 12 points to 0 for Hamilton Boys High School. Again, he's not lofted that too high, both off the floor. He has lofted that one high and deep. And an unfortunate spill into touch there. So Couple of errors compounding things there for Grey College.
Yeah, Volunteer not working back all the way and just maybe knocked it on into touch at the playing it backwards, and there could have been probably be better covering space. Grey College playing backfield again, but it's difficult circumstances in this wind.
So Ollie Mathis standing at half-back there. They managed to get the ball. That's Inga Kakuhu. Portawa. Oh, phenomenal feat there by Waitai Haihatangi. Mac Russ. Yet again, a man over the line, but rolled over onto his back like a turtle and can't get the ball down. But all the pressure is on Grey College here with this goal line dropout. Waitai Hai Inga, phenomenal feet in the middle there, clean line break.
Yeah, yellow card time is over. I see that it Grey back to 15 men.
To Portawa pulling the ball out to that left edge. Good solid drive there. And losing the ball in contact there. Oh, great run there by JJ. Good close contact skills there. McLaren. But here comes the heat from Hamilton boys. They are literally all over Grey College there, but are judged to have come up offside. They've absolutely made themselves felt in every phase of defence there.
Yeah, you got to give credit to Hamilton defence. They are just travelling hard off the line while the ball is in the air with long passes.
And that's again a pretty good nudge by Martin Borta. See the AR's flag there fluttering out pretty strongly in the breeze. So there's still 20 minutes to go, so this game is far from over. Only 12 points separating the two teams. So as we've said several times, when you're on YouTube watching this game on the Rugby Pass channel, please subscribe and hit the like button. We want to try and drive and get as many likes as we can before the end of this final. Giving the Spencer try again, that great final pass just left Spencer with an easy run in. The ball is knocked backwards to Mac Russ. He's done very well for a small guy to carry that forward that far. Portawa, solid kick, straight down the middle. Stepped out of that first tackle, Ruben Sears. McLaren carries hard into this fast advancing Hamilton boys. They try to play around them, and now under all sorts of pressure, Martin Borth has done really well there. He did phenomenally well going backwards there. So McLaren pulls the ball up to the heavies. But yet again, the Hamilton defence has been suffocating for Grey. So Spencer steps inside the first one, and the second one gets the offload off the floor. Hamilton pressing down on the Grey College line now, inside 5 metres. Good defence from Grey College, but struggling to get away. Portawa kicks the ball wide. Great kick. And here's the co-captain. Reaches out and scores. Tuivai Lala. So So that is try number 3 for Hamilton boys.
Yeah, Cookie.
Captain Tuivai Lala.
You got to compliment Hamilton boys with just keeping relentless pressure on Grey College, kicking in behind them, not letting them out of their own 22, and just getting turnover ball. That was a good kick for space as well, and a good catch out of the air.
So there he is, the co-captain. He certainly led the charge in midfield, both himself. So there he is, big headgear. Looks like he's got a bright future, Tuivai Lala. But also his midfield partner, Iraka Waitai Hainga, has also been superb, both sides of the ball. So Portawa, can he add the conversion? He'd probably prefer it if the tries weren't scored right on the right on the edges every time. It's a good strike, and it's there. So that is really rubbing salt into the wounds for Grey College.
I must say, we must compliment Pagan, Spencer and their Hamilton boys kicking game.
It's the big up and under, but well taken there. Now they spread the ball out. Some good counter-rucking here from Hamilton boys, and they sweep onto this ball. Mitch Swan, Liam Anderson spreading the ball wide from Spencer. Now it's out onto this far wing. Zach Coffey looks after the ball. So Mitch Swan on at half-back now. Rory Palmer, the loose head. Some good ground there. Some good hands on there by Grey College. Really working hard. That's a great steal from the big loose head. So 19-0 with about 15 minutes to play. We'll probably be heading pretty soon towards the water break, but that's a bad miss of touch there. And that's gone very, very high. Well fielded. And the ball taken back by Hamilton. Pretty relentless, the pressure that they're putting on Grey College now. And again, another penalty given away. I think Hamilton boys, it's almost like watching a python with its prey. They've really strangled the life out of Grey College here. Been fairly relentless in this second half. And there we have the water break.
Yeah, you got to compliment them for playing good rugby in their front 50, not playing rugby in their own half, using the wind to their advantage and putting a lot of pressure on breakdown time at Grey College, and in the tackle completion. They're quite good at tackling the ball with the player and then putting the player on the pressure and slow ball at the end of the day, and usually just unforced errors by Grey College, and then it's a turnover in your own half. And they really capitalised from the mistakes of Grey College. Look, 13 minutes left for the second half. Let's see if Grey College could get back into it, but the big thing would be to first get into the half of Hamilton boys and maybe hold on to the ball.
Without a doubt. I'm guessing for many of these Grey College boys, it will have been their first time outside of South Africa. Coming to Thailand would be somewhat of a treat and something that they are going to treasure for the rest of their lives, and probably the same for Hamilton boys as well, given that we're coming off 2 to 3 years of COVID and restricted travel, it's absolutely fantastic opportunity for all of these boys to showcase their talents against some of the best in the world. Hamilton boys, this squad has largely come off winning the top 4 secondary schools competition in New Zealand, so they've had some pretty good competition within New Zealand. But I'm guessing these great college boys also, there'd be some pretty hard competition within South Africa.
Yeah, South African schoolboy very healthy. I mean, there's schools in the Western Cape that's also really doing very well, and always going overseas tours as well. Usually we start in March and end in August. That's the time where we play most of our games. So this is still a good prep for the year coming for the South Africans. I suspect, I don't know about the Hamilton boys, Southern Hemisphere, also probably the same seasons as us.
Yeah, I mean this would be deep in the middle of off-season, middle of summer, I'm guessing, and so opting to take a shot at goal. Portawa has left the field, so kicking duties. I think that's Peyton Spencer. So there's no doubt of the effort that both of these sides are putting in. So lining it up from this left-hand touchline, it's a good strike, but it looks like it's off to the left. So 22-metre dropout for Grey College, which they opted to take short, and Hamilton have come up with this. Looks like it might have drifted forwards. It's a really good carry in the wide channel there. Spencer pushes the ball wide. Alex Pitts-Brown tried to pick that one up. So Mitch Swan moving the ball well. Gray trying to get their hands onto that, and that's a good steal there by Schalk du Plessis. So Martin Borther to this touchline. It's been pretty effective kicking out of hand.
Yeah, since Grey College lost their 10, Ian van der Merwe, he's also been taking some kicks, and he's gotten some distance against this wind.
So Dion Vunter, the ball goes loose and back on the Hamilton boys side. Mitch Swan moves the ball, and the referee comes back, obviously for some technical line-out offence with a short arm.
Yeah, I think it's numbers in the line-out.
So as we move into the last 10 minutes of this game, absolutely no let-up on the defensive side of the ball from Hamilton boys high.
Yeah, I think, Cookie, that sums it up. You can see there, Hamilton boys been really good at breakdown time. They got a tackler, and the assistant tackler is not joining the tackle situation, and he's getting hands in and just creating that opportunities to turn over ball.
Absolutely. That requires absolute confidence, though, when you're the assist tackler, to let the primary tackler, you know he's going to make it. You can hold off and then just get the immediate jackal. I think the technical skills of Hamilton boys have been fantastic today. So 7.5 minutes to go. Tom McCarthy back on. Ollie Mathis ranging out in the midfield there. Mitch Swan drops it off to Will Martin. And another good carry there from Tama Hodgson, but phenomenally good work there by Jean-Henry Smith. But again, a real stop tackle from Hamilton. Some good footwork there. Breaks the gain line.
Yeah, ref calling a side entry there on the clean out of Grey College. I just think the big thing would be for Grey College is the ball carriers getting isolated, and there's nobody quick in to clean out. Something they need to improve.
It's looking like referee Christo Erasmus is going to be 2-0 in terms of New Zealand versus South Africa games that he's refereed. So this is a real long-range effort for Peyton Spencer, just inside his own half. There's a pretty stiff breeze. Probably only a 9-iron, 8-iron at most.
The ball just drops over. He needs to reset it again. But I like your golfing terms, Cookie. This is a beautiful facility with good golf course.
Using the old Simpkin tee, which was originally invented by George Simpkin, and a fantastic kick. So George Simpkin was a famous man from the Waikato, from the Mata Mata Club. I was lucky enough to be coached by him in Hong Kong. Sadly, George no longer with us, but he would be immensely proud to see what Hamilton Boys High are doing here. Now with a 22-point lead over Grey College.
It was a great kickoff by Grey College, but just no pressure, and New Zealand taking advantage by running hard off the shoulder. And they're getting some whiff on the ball on attack.
Got his shoulders through quite well there, stepping inside, but the winger had overrun it. Tuivai Lala. So Dion Venter with an opportunity to throw into the line out here. Great take. Scott Duplessis been masterful in the line out. Gray need to work this ball to the back of the maul. Looks like many of the Hamilton boys have sheared off here, so they need to stay strong here, Gray. So hands in the cookie jar there by Hamilton boys. There's Christian van der Westhuizen. Obviously a name synonymous with South African halfbacks.
Yeah, you're probably talking about the late Just van der Westhuizen. So was a splendid halfback at his time at the box. South Africa, Grey College getting another line out, 5 to 10 meters out, putting up the maul. Let's see if they can set low.
So they've got a good, strong set here. It was pretty manful defence by Hamilton. And as they shear off, Gray collapse forward. So quick take here. And a fantastic drive and score there from the big man, Marno Stopforth. So probably a question of a too little too late, but a fantastic individual drive from Stopforth there for the try. Good score there.
Yeah, you can see Grey College wants to speed it up, but I agree with you. Only 3 minutes left. Let's see if they can try and get into New Zealand half and score a try and back up some pride again. Yeah, at the end of the day, I think the breakdown battle was won by the New Zealanders, Hamilton boys, and also being very well driven as a defensive system, getting up off the line and making a good hit, dominant tackles, and playing front 50 rugby.
So Hamilton boys probably hit that one. It's one of the few unforced errors they've made in the entire game, and they've waited until the 58th minute to give Grey College an opportunity to come back to halfway. So on the loose head side, Vernon Snyman,
Sneyman, yeah.
Snyman getting an opportunity here.
Middle scrum, let's see which way they're going to go. Looks like they're stocking the right hand side to attack.
So be interesting to see whether JJ picks this ball up at the base, but Van der Westhuizen moves it. Ball slightly behind Felix. So again, big pressure coming from Hamilton boys. So Brayton Legg looks like a fairly big man on this tight head side. New Zealand seem to be going for some big men in the scrummages these days. Ethan de Groot, Tyrell Lomax. These boys will be hoping to follow in those well-trodden footsteps in the future. So the scrum's gone down there. Liam Santos now, number 20, on this open side of the Grey College scrummage. Lots of applause in the fans. Somebody has arrived with buckets of KFC.
Yeah, I just hope that they open those buckets. There's no rice in them and there's real chicken.
So we're playing the death throes of this game. Mitch Swan with a feed, digs it out, but it's a penalty to Grey College. Driving in on the angle. Christo Erasmus has kept pretty good control of this game. And Grey College giving it everything in these last few minutes, trying to get away down this left edge, looking after the ball there. Playing through the front line of the Hamilton defence there. Good inside ball. Grey College now playing some of the best rugby of the game. And unfortunately, the runaway train got away from them there, and Dion Venter with a slight knock on the 4 there. So 22 points to 5. As I say, we're into the last part of this game. If you could smash the like button and share it, and if you post anything on social media, if you could put hashtag WSF 2022 for the World Schools Festival. Decent scrummage there from Grey. One of my good friends, Brett Wilkinson, who played at Connaught, who's a South African, is scrum coach at Ealing Trailfinders, and I often ask him, how did the game go? And he normally answers, we got 3 scrum penalties and 1 tight head. So what was the score? He said, that was the score. So
yeah, that's good, Cookie. I think that's what it's about for front rowers. I mean, the scrum battle is massive. You can't take the scrum and the line out and the maul out of rugby, and we don't have union, you know, then you can play league. So
Swan with a good clearance away from the base there, and that is a very, very deep raking kick. And the replacements bench of Hamilton Boys High know that this contest is all but done. So Dion Venter with the throw, and another great take in the line out there by Stopforth, the try scorer for Grey College, and a fantastic drive here for Grey. And there's the hooter has gone, and Grey really trying to put the hurt onto them here. Be hard to think that there wasn't some infringement earlier on there. So this is a rousing finish for Grey College. And they spread the ball wide, but that umbrella defence there, rushing up on the outside from Hamilton Boys that they've done all afternoon. They come to the left here. So there's a penalty there coming back from the original collapsed line-out drive, I believe. Pretty decent advantage. So Alzedon Felix with the ball. Looks like he's going to try and pin this into the corner. And that's a pretty good kick. Low and hard, driving it into that wind. So Dion Venter. Good rise, great pick up there by Venter. Driving hard. They should come up with this ball. Digging in for it. A little pick and go. Then the ball spread wide, but again, this defence from Hamilton Boys has not let up. Even into the 60th minute, there's nothing that they're giving away. The loose ball here on the edge. Good work there by, I think, Volhuter. A good solid drive there, not held in the tackle. Jean-Henry Schmidt takes it to within 5 metres. Pick and go again, pick and go. And the ball comes loose, but considered offside. So offside in a previous phase of play. So Felix gets the opportunity to drive this, assume low and hard again. It's another good kick.
Yeah, should be good to see Grey do something else than just a straight maul. They've got the advantage and the dominance in the maul, but it would be good to see them maybe doing a front or a back peel.
So some confusion about numbers on the field there. Vernon Schneemann just stepping off the field. Stepping onto the field. So as the darkness closes in here, another great take at the line out. And they've set up a really good drive and they're going hard for the line here. They've got the ball at the back, and yes, they have scored. So a fantastic finish to the game. Venter with the try.
Yeah, Cookie, you got to compliment Grey for just trying and keeping it up there, the pressure on Hamilton Boys. At last they got a ascendancy in the maul and scored a try. So that's something good to build off for this upcoming season.
Absolutely. And they can, although they won't go home with the crown, they can get on the plane back to Bloemfontein knowing they scored the last 2 tries of the final. Certainly something to take away with them. So this final kick, I'm pretty sure we're going to see a big cheer whatever happens from the Hamilton Boys guys. And it's off to the right, so a deserved 22-10 win for Hamilton Boys High School from New Zealand. But a phenomenal effort from Grey College Bloemfontein.
we got to compliment New Zealand. Hamilton boys are amazing, playing in the final and just getting their basics right. Their fundamental skills just awesome. Catch, pass, and also playing front 50 rugby and putting a lot of pressure on their opposition. Congratulations to them.
Fantastic. Well, thanks, Vessels. Let me shake your hand. That has been an absolute pleasure to commentate those last two games with you.
Yeah, thank you, Cookie. Just another shout out from me to say thank you to all involved in the World Schools Tournament. It's just amazing to be hosted at Patana and all the work that's gone on. Hopefully this thing can grow and we can build it year to year and get the best schools all over the country and all over the world to compete against each other.
Absolutely. Thank you, Vessels. And just a final reminder before we sign off that the 2023 edition of the World Schools Festival will be held Tuesday the 12th of December to Sunday the 17th of December in 2023 back here at Patana Sports Resort. So there will be Cup, Open and Girls 10s next year. So a big thank you to Rugby Pass on YouTube, and please share, subscribe to the channel and smash the like button. But a huge big thank you to everybody from around the world from Patana Resort here in Thailand.
Way too title, mate. Rugby team, you'll be happy.